Good morning. Oh, good morning. Apparently not. Nice to see you all again. Hooray. Maybe still a couple folks filtering in here. Yeah, welcome back. Day 2. Here we are, bright and sunny, and ready for a day that's going to be full of more information, more time in small groups, less of us talking up here in front of the room, which I'm really looking forward to. Are we ready for the presentation here? Okay. So, quite. So I'm just going to talk through a couple of housekeeping things. We have a new member of the panel who wasn't able to make it yesterday, but was, not a new member, an old member of the panel, but just wasn't able to make it yesterday, to introduce. And maybe let's start there, actually. Randy, could you find one of those microphones to pull toward you and press the button so it turns green, okay, and then pull the mic pretty close to you. Yeah, fantastic. And want to just introduce yourself, your name, and how you like to be called, and what you're putting on hold to be here.
Hello, my name is Brandy. Can't really sum that up in a quicker way. I'm just Brandy. And let's see, what I'm putting on hold is, I guess, my weekend time. I'm usually working, so that's why I wasn't able to make it yesterday. So a little bit of my me time is here.
I get that. Thanks. So cool. I think as soon as we get the presentation up here, we'll talk about the sort of where we're at in the process a little bit. We're still very much in the same phase that we were yesterday, that kind of just taking in all this information in a non-judgmental way, asking questions. And my goodness, you asked a ton of fantastic questions yesterday. Yeah, there's going to be lots of information coming in, but just a note, a lot of folks at this point in one of these processes start to feel overwhelmed by the quantity of information. You've just been given a packet of things. Let me talk about that. So this packet of things is meant to go in your binder in the Speakers tab, and we'll continue to add to this. You don't have to look at any of this. These are slides from the speakers today, so you can follow along and have them for later as well. They're all yours, obviously, so feel free to take notes all over them. Also remember there's note paper in the back of the binder as well. So feel free to sort of take some of the note paper and stick it between the slides if you want, or however works for you. There's also, you've got that little notepad. Let us know if you need more notepads or pens, pencils, that kind of thing. There's this little stack of pens and pencils up here and maybe other places. All right, super. Let's go to the next slide here real fast. Thanks. So, yeah, as you remember, we're still very much in this orange category, information gathering phase. And we're going to stay there pretty much all weekend. So when we come back in June, we'll start to move through sort of your deliberation. But right now, it's just working through, taking in a lot of outside information. Specifically today, the agenda is posted over here. We've arrived, so that's done. You know, it's always a success for me when I arrive. So I'm just out of bed in the morning. And we're going to start off this morning with starting off kind of slow, a little bit of reading of some of the project materials. We realized that yesterday we didn't have as much time as we might normally have for just reading sort of the materials that explain how this project came to be and what the purpose of it is. We mentioned the question, sort of guiding question, which has disappeared from the wall somehow, but should be back on the wall soon. Is it over here? Okay, thanks. There's one copy over there, but let's put another copy back over here if we could. So we're going to read more about sort of the introduction to the project. Then we'll go into discussing some of those materials. Then go through a little bit of prep for the remainder of the stakeholder presenters who weren't here yesterday. A little bit of debrief, and then go into our first set of 10-minute presenters. These presenters that committee had selected and that those slides are for. And we'll take lunch, come back, do a little icebreaker, and do some prep for another round of presenters. Do that, come back, debrief a little bit, and then we're basically at the end of the day. So pretty simple. A couple main rounds of presenters plus some stakeholders at the beginning and some reading time. All right, super. Absolutely.
Good morning, everybody. So nice to see you back. Just wanted to make a note. I know our moderators noted that, and this always happens at this stage in the process, that folks have a ton of questions. There were so many hands up yesterday. Slowing down. And just want to acknowledge that that's exactly where you should be at this stage. Lynn mentioned overwhelm. If you have a ton of burning questions, we invite you to sit with that tension at this stage, and it is very likely that throughout this weekend, the same themes will come back around. So there will be other opportunities to ask the questions that you had yesterday, very likely at different stages in the process. So just wanted to directly address that. We invite you to go with the process, and a little bit of discomfort with that. The amount of curiosity at this point is perfectly normal and invited. Yeah.
Awesome. And take notes of questions as you think of them, because it'll help later. Let's see. There is one more thing that I need to mention. Although masks aren't required, they are highly encouraged for us. And as you can see, we have a staff member who's not here actually because they got COVID. So And we're hyper conscious about this at the moment, so that none of the rest of us have to stay home. But yeah, highly encouraged and appreciated by folks in the room who may be more sort of vulnerable health-wise. All right. I think anything else to say? What am I missing? Any questions from you all, actually, overnight about the process or anything about today? One more thing that was pointed out to me. These mics, we've tried to adjust a little bit to make the mics a little bit hotter, a little bit louder, but these mics seem to be a little bit quieter than these ones, so just be sure to pull the mic real close and speak clearly, directly into it, so that it picks up for everybody. All right. Awesome. Here we go. Let's move straight on into day 2. All right, awesome. So this first, starting off slow, starting off calm. I'm feeling calmer today. And we're just going to start off with some quiet reading of more of the materials in your binder. So if you turn to the project tab, some of you may have already explored the project tab already. There's only a few pages there, but they are sort of important introductory pages. So this is the... Oh, good. So this is... Yeah, absolutely.
I had that in my notes to address, actually. First thing, thank you. We forgot to mention yesterday that this row of tables in the middle is intended for the 6 to 8 of you who have your backs to the front of the room. So we apologize for not mentioning that before, but please feel free to move to those tables whenever you're doing an activity looking to the front of the room. Especially today, there will be many presenters up here, and we don't want you to crick your neck. Apologies for not saying that yesterday. Please feel free to move. Oh, that's, yes, okay. Yeah, if you do move, it would just be great if all folks you sharing the same mic moved. Is that, okay, perfect.
Maybe we'll do a little choreography when we get to the first presenters. Wait, actually, if you could hold on for now, because I'm almost done speaking. Sorry. It's a great point. Yeah, you don't have to look at me. Don't look at me, please. Yeah, just when we're about to do, a little bit of chat, potentially with each other, then stay in this format. When there's speakers up here, then let's transition to that. And sorry, we forgot about that yesterday. We prepared the tables, and then we're spaced out. Okay, so yeah, turn to the project tab, and let's just take a few minutes to read through the stuff there. That's the summary of the project proposal and the contract with the city to do this project at all. This is sort of the summary of that. So this is kind of the best that there is in terms of sort of an origin story for why this exists, which felt important that you should know that. If you get done reading that, so we're going to give a little while here, then head back over to the info tab where you were reading yesterday and carry on there, because I think there's a lot of material there. I'm sure you didn't get through most of it probably. All right, we're going to take a number of minutes here, 10 minutes or so. All right. Ah. That was enough time to, hope that was enough time to get through that section. Maybe turn back to the other section for a minute. You already know that we're not going to answer any questions about the topic itself, but any questions about the projects or us or how we got here? Yeah.
On June 4th, I know that there's a community workshop, and then we're also meeting that day. So is that day us meeting at the community workshop? Will be involved in that, or is it separate?
Ah, yes. So yeah, you may have seen advertisements for this event on June 4th, where anybody from the public, other stakeholders who weren't part of the Informational Advisory Committee, other folks who applied for the panel but weren't randomly selected, are all invited to this event on June 4th with you all. So you will be sort of hosting it, essentially, and in small groups, talking to other folks from the community about this topic, sort of a listening session, I suppose, with other members of the community. It'll be just part of that day, I think the afternoon, if I remember right. Cool, the afternoon of June 4th. So, yeah, look forward to that. June 4th will also be fun because you'll actually be at the Fairgrounds for part of the day as well. A site tour as part of that day. So yeah, it's going to be kind of it's kind of a one-off Saturday, and kind of a fun day, hopefully. Yep.
Other than
And wait, can you move toward the mic?
other than the fourth DAA, are there any other organizations who wants to list who wants to sign a long term lease with the city, or is just this?
Got it. Are there any other organizations who want to sign a long-term lease? That is the kind of question that I not only can't answer, but I don't even know the answer to. So ask someone else who may present to you, but a fair question. Any others? Okay, super. So we're going to move into small groups again, and this is just a tiny bit of discussion time. And yeah, time to discuss those sort of project materials that you've been reading. Is that all I need to say? Okay, sweet. So once again, since we've mixed you up overnight, I've been told to remove this for better quality. There we go. Since we've mixed you up overnight, I'm going to do the same thing, but you're going to be in different groups of people. So let's do the first, hold on a second. See if I can do the math better this time. Okay. Let's try. Let's do groups of 5 and see where we're at. So 2, 4, 5 to here. Go to group 1 in the back there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. To Eric here, go to group 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sandra, go to group 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Head to group 4. Andrew through Tricia, head to group 5. And the 3 of you head to group 6, and I'll add someone to your group. I almost got it. All right. All right, everyone. Whenever you're done with things, move back to the large group here. Oh yeah, I think I'm already so. Wonderful, yeah, absolutely. For sure, for sure, for sure.
Chicken scratch. What am I doing?
All right.
Oh, Lord.
Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, some folks are taking advantage of the snacks in the back, which is very reasonable. And, oh yes, thank you, folks who are in the front here. Yep, you can move back there and take a microphone with you, as you've already done. Nice. Super. All right, we first presenters of the day. As I mentioned this morning, these are. I'm getting to take off my mask when I'm talking. As mentioned this morning, the first presenters today, and as you've just been talking about, are more members of the Informational Advisory Committee. And again, they've each got 4 minutes to say a few words, and then you've got plenty of time for Q&A to ask them whatever you'd like. Second verse, same as the first. So, yeah, let's just start on left to right, because why not? Kim, if you're up for that.
Sure.
Okay, so we'll start with Kim Arntz from Petaluma High School Agricultural Department / Future Farmers of America, who is representing agricultural groups on the committee. And yeah, go for it whenever you're ready.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to the committee today. For most of us in the agriculture community, the Fairgrounds is a very important and special space, both from a historical perspective and from a into the future perspective. So I think the property itself and the facilities themselves really lend themselves an opportunity for agriculture, the city, and the community at large to come together to form a unique partnership that can showcase all of the things that Petaluma and the 4th District Agricultural Association have to offer. In terms of the space and its central location to town and accessibility to transportation and opportunities for people to access the space, I think it's a really neat opportunity to explore some potential around permanent spaces for things like the farmers market, existing educational outlets that are housed at the fairgrounds, and potential expansion of those markets. It is centrally located district's transportation hub. The transportation hub for the school district is about half a mile to the south, off of not Payram, but Lindbergh Lane. And if a community space that was mixed use in nature were developed on that property, I think that the city, the school district, and agriculture as a component could provide opportunity for our city to really use that space in a unique way. I think that as part of the fairgrounds, if we're all honest, we know that the fair itself and participation in the fair itself has declined over the years. I'm 23 years into my career as an agriculture teacher at Petaluma, and I have seen that happening. While enrollments in agriculture education programs in the county are actually increasing, participation in the actual fair by individuals is decreasing. And I think part of that speaks to the more traditional nature of the fair and those things that we're all familiar with, livestock projects and whatnot. But I think it's important to understand the components of an agriculture education program and what is offered beyond those sort of highlighted aspects. As part of our program and growing across the county,
Como parte de nuestro programa y creciendo en nuestra comunidad, incluyo tomarles aquí la manufactura y los aspectos, obviamente los programas de esto están aumentando y se está viendo obviamente un aumento en programas obviamente de habilidades vocacionales y ha ofrecido una oportunidad para que los estudiantes demuestren sus habilidades, demostrar obviamente la capacidad de emplear y ser evaluados y a veces hasta inclusive contratados por miembros de la comunidad que participan en los recintos feriales. Entonces obviamente los descuentos, las últimas figuras de nuestro panel económico y las han contribuido 1.1 billones y esta es una cantidad significativa y creo que nosotros deberíamos de fomentar el crecimiento de estudiantes en la industria y en la industria en sí mismo. Creo que nosotros no deberíamos necesariamente, deberíamos ignorar
Alex, are we?
Did I see a hand back there? Interpreters? You're all right now. Okay, all right. Let's just...
en este momento para los interpretadores, obviamente terminen los 30 segundos siguientes. Creo que los recintos feriales pueden continuar desarrollando un impacto económico para nuestra ciudad y para nuestra comunidad al crear obviamente un espacio mixto que demuestra todas las cosas que la ciudad puede ofrecer y uno de los componentes que estamos observando muy cercanamente en nuestra comunidad y realmente obviamente a través del Estado y del país es obviamente el componente agrícola, incluyendo obviamente un centro de sostenibilidad y obviamente
and how we can keep production agriculture in our city and develop partnerships with the farm to fork industry and sustainability in partnership with the city would be important.
That's super. Thanks very much, Kim. And Jerry, I'll give you about the same amount of time. 4 minutes, 45 seconds or so to leave a little space there.
Another page.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Thanks much. Appreciate that. Awesome. Thanks very much. Thanks for that feedback, and thanks for listening in. All right. Second presenter here from the Stakeholder Committee is Jerry Wilkinson from the Petaluma Wheelman Cycling Club. He was representing active transportation groups, and go for it. Oops.
Hi, as you've heard, my name is Jerry Wilkinson. I'm on the IAC representing active transportation and its role with this 55-acre site. Active transportation refers to human-powered transit like cycling, walking, wheelchairs, skateboards, and more. Pretty much anything that isn't fossil fuel-powered vehicles. The benefits of active transportation are many, including health, increased mobility, community engagement, economic savings, and greenhouse gas reduction. As you know, this site is geographically in the center of our city. And as such, it is a potential hub. Imagine an axle, the spokes reaching out to the entire community. The spokes would be multi-use paths, connecting our community and greatly reducing greenhouse gas while increasing mobility, community, health, and economic growth. Just recently, several local groups have united to create a coalition called Safe Streets for Petaluma. And they got their vision placed on the top 10 list of the city goals. That was just a week or so ago. The spokes of active transportation are coming. That's what this is all about, the safe streets. I'm sorry. I will. I will do that. Thank you.
Right, thanks. And I'll pause when you pause.
Okay. The central site, which is somewhat of a community center already, with the library, the city pool, and the skate park that are all adjacent, this would be an ideal location for a civic center that is home to an up-to-date city hall that houses all city administration and is easily accessible for all. An event center, perhaps something indoor-outdoor, ideal for musical events like the high school booster groups, plays, theater, speakers, and cultural events. A centrally located park with playground and maybe a dog area, and definitely with lots of trees and greenery. Educational facilities, a preschool, and perhaps an ag-related gardens or kitchen, or something connected with the UC system. Housing. Yes, we will need more housing. Required housing assessment, that's called RHNA, R-H-N-A, which basically says each city must have space available for housing. Housing here would actually be ideal. It would be central, walkable, and bikeable, and has close proximity to regional transit, such as the freeway and SMART and the airport, all of which help to reduce travel and greenhouse gases. This combined with a network of multi-use paths that would reach throughout the community means auto traffic would be greatly reduced, which in turn moves us closer to our city goal of being carbon neutral by 2030. I think having a new modern building that is built for a preschool would be essential. Parents from the nearby housing would walk kids to school instead of driving, another reduction in greenhouse gases. There are other possibilities as well that could provide services and amenities and benefit and access to the entire community. And most of all, and most, if not all, would create jobs and a tax base. I have outlined just a few of the many reasons the city and residents should take this opportunity to move forward and make changes that will benefit present and future generations. My time is up. But what is being proposed here is to put this central site to its best use for the benefit, prosperity, and enjoyment of the entire community. After all, it is only fair.
Yes.
I would like to apologize. A lot of the technical terminology doesn't have direct translations. So it wasn't your speed that was the problem, but the interpreters needing to explain the terminology onto the live feed that's going on in Spanish. So on behalf of everyone, we apologize, and thank you very much.
Thanks, Daniel. Appreciate it. All right. Thanks for both of your flexibility, and we'll go to questions now. Could I get a moderator to help stack? And amazing. Where to start? How about there? Angelo, thank you very much. And I think I saw Jared at one point. And remember your name again? Sorry. Rebecca, I saw your hand first. I think I saw Izzy's hand. We'll all get in. There's plenty of time here. Let's go Brandy, Izzy, and Glennis. That's right, thank you. Still working on names. And Ifti, right? Thank you. Ifti, and yes, Dad, thanks. So this one, fantastic, Greg, right? Awesome. All right, anybody else for this first round? Oh, Patty D. Awesome, thank you. That was a rush job. Fantastic, thank you. All right, let's start with Angelo. Oh, Rebecca, did you have something? Oh, we missed Rebecca, sorry. Oh, perfect, thanks. Sorry about that. Gotcha. All right, Angelo.
This is a question for Ms. Arntz. Do you have any data on what percentage of students in the Petaluma School District are currently enrolled in 4-H or FFA?
I'm not sure about the 4-H program because they are a county, well, they're run by the UC system and housed within the county's Office of Agriculture. But at this time in Petaluma City Schools, there are roughly 200 students involved in agricultural education at Petaluma High School. And that has been a consistent number in the 23 years that I've been at the school. I was looking, just sorry, as an additional point to that, I was looking at some of the economic data that our students have contributed to the city in terms of their projects, which include work experience projects as well as sort of self-owned projects. And since 2013, the students have contributed roughly $900,000 to the city's economy through purchasing equipment, through earned income and taxes and those kinds of things. Each student's expected to keep a financial record of their projects so we can collect that data and then disseminate it as needed. And so since 2013, roughly 200 kids contributing almost $1 million, $1 million to the economy, teenagers.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, Jared.
Say to Jerry.
And if you can speak directly into the mic.
I have a lot to say about downtown. Centrally located doesn't mean downtown, right? So we already have, City Hall has a nice building. They're revamping another one right now. There's currently a preschool and a K-8 at the site, and removing them would be disastrous for that school. My question is, the purpose of the Safe Streets Coalition that's been created, why was that created, and does it have to do with the lack of funding that the city has to protect Lynch Creek Trail, to protect the parks, to protect our area, and if that's the case, creating a new park and a new area by taking away the fairgrounds and creating a new park, how is that going to be sustainable if we can't protect and care for what we have already?
Okay, there's several in there. I'll try and remember what I can on that. The Safe Streets for Petaluma Coalition was created to create complete streets, road diets, to make streets throughout the city walkable and bikeable for everybody. As it is now, there's, what is the number? I think 7% of cyclists are willing to ride anywhere. Another 5% are willing to ride kind of iffy. The overwhelming majority of people are unwilling to get out and ride on the streets as they are now. So to make those streets safe and walkable and bikeable means you're getting people out of cars, you're getting them out walking and biking on the streets. And that is the goal of that particular. Now, as far as the school in there, I agree. I think preschool is essential. My eldest daughter is a preschool teacher, and I get firsthand information. It's critical. It's the cornerstone of further education. So I don't want to eliminate it. I want to enhance it and improve it. And as far as parks, I have to pause. As far as parks, right now, the Park and Rec is redoing their general plan. I don't think adding another park creates a problem. The parks as they are okay. I don't really see a problem with that. Perhaps I'm not understanding the question.
Would you like to clarify?
Yeah, so there's a park right there at the library that doesn't get used. There's a park at the library right there that already is not really being used because of the homeless, because of the lack of maintaining. It's just not a fun park. So they built one and they've just revamped it a few years ago, and it's still not being used because of its.
Yeah, I think what is being called the park at the library is an expansive lawn which gobbles up water, which we don't need to be doing. There's a rarely used volleyball facility and a small playground. So, yeah, I suppose technically that qualifies as a park. It's not what I would ideally identify as a park.
But that space could be fixed.
I'm sorry?
But that space could be fixed and revamped.
It could. I don't know that it's large enough if you have a community inside the fairground, part of the idea of the safe streets and the walkable and bikeable and creating community at large is creating spaces where people can get together, where they can walk and meet and talk and engage with each other. And Also, a large part of that, and I alluded to that with the greenery and shrubs, is having trees and green foliage, which helps pull the carbon out of the air.
Just a second, if you can pause for just a second, and then I think and finish up rather quickly so we can get through more of the list here.
All right. And one, just to one of your other points, I got to pause again.
Pause.
City Hall, as it is now, is small, it's cramped, it's outdated, and it's in a very difficult to get, for a lot of people, to get to location. So I would suggest in here is an actual administrative site where all the city services could be consolidated. There is centrally located area where everyone can get to it.
All right, let's move on here to the next person, if I may,
Okay.
which I think is Tina.
Yes, this question is for Jerry. The traffic situation, I mean, if this center, city center and a civic center and all of the rest of the things, how can it accommodate, that area accommodate the traffic that this would increase? And to add on to that, are there any other cities that can be modeled after for this kind of plan? Any other cities that have done this that can serve as a model? Thank you.
As far as traffic, one of the key goals is to reduce traffic. And by centralizing these services, it makes it much more walkable and bikeable for people from that location, and the proximity to existing services like Smart Train and the freeway. So if someone lives or works rather, say in the city, in San Francisco, they can, if need be, get on the freeway or get on Smart. There are existing regional transportation services there. So hopefully that will cut down traffic. But just being in the central, people don't need to drive to this, that, and the other thing. That's what the suburbs created, where people have to drive to everything. By centralizing these things, you're cutting down the need to drive. And by creating safe and walkable multi-use paths, MUPs is what they're called, people can access different services without a car. So really the goal is to reduce traffic and not to increase it. And it's been shown that these things can do that, doing these, centralizing things and creating other means of access actually reduce that. As far as other cities that have done what exactly? Centralized? I'm sure there are other examples of communities changing how they operate and centralizing their services.
Just to step in here, Kim, I don't know if you'd like to just to pass it back and forth a little bit, if you'd like to respond to any of that before we go on.
Well, I do. We look at City Hall and the current situation with City Hall, and we look at the current situation in terms of facilities at the fairgrounds. As an outside observer, I think that all of the above are inadequate, and I think that in some way, developing, again, a partnership between the city and the fairgrounds to create usable facilities that would not only serve the residents of our community, but draw people in to use the facility would be important. As a person who hosts multiple fundraisers per year, asked to work and support other organizations' fundraisers during the course of the year, the fairgrounds is not at the top of many people's lists. The facility we're in right now is not at the top of many people's lists. There's a variety of reasons for that. One of them comes down to kitchens. One of them comes down to overall aesthetic and appeal. In some regard, I would question the safety of some of the facilities at the existing, as they exist right now at the fairgrounds. So the idea that we create partnerships where organizations like the city, like farmers markets, the ag community in general, event planners, people would hopefully, if there were new, fresh, accessible facilities that met the needs of different groups, would create a draw to the center of our city and increase usability. Getting feet on the fairgrounds, I think, is important, so that people can know and understand what exactly it has to offer. I agree to a certain extent with Jared's comments about maintenance of many of the city's facilities, parks. The building I'm in, I'm looking up at the ceiling tiles, and I haven't been here in a few years, so it's interesting to see the changes. So I think consolidation in some ways would help some of that. I question, I mean, we aren't very neighborly as community members when we let things go. And the status right now of some of the parks and other spaces in our community do not create very neighborly situations. And I am interested in being a good neighbor and providing facilities where the neighbors can be community members together and grow as part of the community and develop those relationships.
All right. I was maybe a little overambitious with taking this many names, but we'll try to get through as many as possible. If you can limit your questions to just one question, and maybe if you can limit your answers as much as possible, just so we get through as many as possible. And we'll go a little bit over time here, which is okay. Let's go to Rebecca next.
My question is for Kimberly. If the kids, the 4-H kids, don't have a place to show their animals at the fairgrounds, where will they go?
There are options across California for students to exhibit livestock. One of the aspects that our fairgrounds could consider are the avenues of what are called jackpot shows, which are not specific to an agricultural education organization. So you can be in 4-H or FFA, but you can also do what is called jackpotting. So families interested in that take their animals to lots of different places. Most recently, Corning has seen an uptick with the Rolling Hills Casino. They built a huge indoor facility for livestock exposition, horse shows. They have car shows, multifaceted facility there. And it is an income generating stream. If the students in our community don't have an opportunity to exhibit livestock at the Sonoma Marin Fair, there is the Sonoma County Fair, there is the Marin County Fair. Many of our students exhibit at the California State Fair. So there are options for that avenue. I think, again, as an agriculture educator, it is short-sighted to focus strictly on the livestock aspect of the organizations. My daughter is currently a member of Two Rock 4-H. Yes, heavily involved in livestock and those things, but we have had a tremendous showing of the rocket building, sort of the STEM approach to youth development and organizations. And those opportunities exist in an agricultural setting, if you will. And again, I think it's short-sighted to focus strictly on livestock. My students, the bulk of my students, have very little to do with livestock exhibition. However, they are in the shop, they are building things, they are developing skills in trades, and the fairgrounds has provided an opportunity for them to showcase that as well. And they're also involved in leadership and interpersonal development, so we have a lot of public speaking that happens, a lot of job interview, so opportunities for kids to participate outside the more traditional realm, I think could be developed in partnership with the fairgrounds in the city.
All right, let's go to Brandy. Thank you.
this is for both of you guys. You both are somewhat advocating for keeping yet also doing something else with the fairgrounds. If we were to keep the fairgrounds and approve a longer lease with them having more money at hand, could they not then accommodate all of these things to make it more aesthetically pleasing, to offer better kitchen areas for a larger community event, or, you know, making it prettier for parks to happen and more group events is, you know, can it still be there while also showing your image that you'd like to see there?
I would defer to ladies first.
I think yes. I think that accommodating multiple interests at that particular site is possible. I think that how that is approached is the important part. I don't think that the fairgrounds comes down to one or the other, and I don't think that the suggestions and potential uses are mutually exclusive. It can be and is an event center. I think it is an underutilized event center. I think that it is a park and has potential to be utilized in an enhanced way for those aspects as well. It is and should remain absolutely fundamentally a space for evacuees, should that be needed. And again, there is no other place where that can happen. So facility-wise, that needs to be addressed in terms of the underutilization for all components that we're talking about up here today.
Gary?
I would agree with much of what Kim says. I think very often we hear arguments that are stated in an either-or format, and that may not necessarily be, it may not be necessary. For instance, the educational, as I mentioned, the preschool, that service should remain. Adding some sort of ag, I call it ag, but it could be the trades and what have you, educational facilities there could remain as well. The park services certainly could remain. The point that I see as important is this is 55 acres, more or less, that is generally underutilized, which I think Kim also suggests as well. And I would like to see it put to the best use for the most people of this community. So the things I mentioned, like moving City Hall, I think it does that. We will have to provide housing. There's simply no way around that. And we do not have the space on the outskirts of town to do anything like that. And all current thinking and trends and whatever you want to call them say that you need to infill and build up. And that's how cities of old were. City Hall was intuitively in the center of the town, and I think we should do that. Services are in the center, and people can come to them. But I don't think that means we have to eliminate educational facilities, event centers. I'd love to see a nice big event center with something maybe indoor, outdoor music, something like the Green Center. I don't know if any of you've been up there. It wouldn't have to be quite that elaborate, but to have that kind of service, I got to pause.
Pause. And then maybe if you can finish up.
I will.
Okay. Thanks.
To have those kind of services to serve the entire community, to me, it's just a golden opportunity that we should take advantage of now.
Thanks, appreciate it. Sorry to rush you, both of you. We have more names here than we can possibly get to, but don't worry, lots more questions to come. I just want to ask if there's one more here. Is there someone on this list who didn't ask a question, has not asked any questions yet yesterday? everybody already asked a question. Okay, let's turn my own mic off. I'm going to ask then that I'm so sorry. I'll try to do this in pieces next time. Let's stop for there, thank our presenters very much, and move on to the next activity. And by activity, I mean break. So let's come back at 5 after the hour, 11:05.
Sorry my question took so long.
as we're coming back here, as you're coming back, please move directly into the small groups where you were before. Oh. All good. We're moving into small groups, interpreters, so no worries. If you're just coming back into the room, please move directly into the small groups where you were before. All right, now as you're moving into this small groups here, all right. Some groups are hearing from their moderators. Maybe you hear from me. We're looking here for a few minutes at the next speakers you're about to see, which are those slides that you've just been given. You don't have to read the slides. But those are the three speakers who are coming up, and just have a little discussion about what you might want to ask them. Testing, testing. That is doing it. Can we just test? I'm going to play a video and see if you hear that.
Petaluma is like one of the last
So far you've heard from members of that stakeholder committee, the Informational Advisory Committee, which has been meeting for a number of weeks before the process began. And those presentations have now concluded, and we've moved on to other presenters from the community who that committee has recommended should speak to you about the topic. So these presentations are a little bit longer. They're 10 minutes each, and then a joint Q&A session in just the same format that we've done previously. And just to remind you, these presentations are all for you to gather context about the topic. You'll hear from presenters that cover a range of perspectives, all different kinds of information. We've asked presenters to explain the concepts that they're using, so that everybody can be on the same page. And please take notes. So any interesting pieces of information you hear, any follow-up questions you have, just a reminder that staff won't be taking any notes. And I'm sure when June 17th comes along, it'd be really nice to have some things written down. So an invitation there. Let's see here. All right, I think that's it. So let me introduce our two speakers in this session. You'll get very familiar with this format soon. We've got Matt Sharkey with the Petaluma Fairgrounds Speedway as their designated spokesperson, and Christopher Godley with Sonoma County Office of Emergency Services. So we'll go with Chris first and put 10 minutes on the clock. Yeah. Go ahead, Chris.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for inviting me to participate. I should mention that I'm a little familiar with Petaluma. I lived on the west side very briefly, and then lived on the east side for several years up by the old G&G market. Remember G&G? I also started my National Guard career here at the Petaluma Armory, where I served for many years. So I really appreciate the town, and thank you for inviting me. I'm the county's Director of Emergency Management. As such, how many of you might remember the 2017 firestorm in North County, West County, and the every seemingly yearly fire we have? This is what we do for a living. The county's department was expanded after 2017 to address all of these hazards. So we deal with flood, fire, pandemic, earthquake, which we'll speak out in just a moment. But so I am your disaster guy. So that's why I'm here, is what Petaluma Fairgrounds might mean relative to the city's long-term resilience and ability to prepare for and withstand the effects of a major disaster event. I should mention that our department does a lot of planning. We do a lot of hazard analysis, so I can tell you if you have bad dreams at night about things going wrong, I can tell you exactly how they're going to unfold. I'll also mention that if your telephone goes off with those annoying warnings, yeah, that's our fault too. So send your cards and letters to me. Briefly, I would mention the challenge for us, though, is what you're addressing here is what's the future going to look like for the city of Petaluma. More specifically, how would the fairgrounds potentially fit into that in terms of a long-term use, if it's going to change. For me, I cannot tell you what's going to happen to the city. I can give you probabilities. I can give you estimates. But it is a challenge for me to say for sure what exactly Petaluma may face in the future. To that end, I would highlight just one event, and that is earthquake. Sonoma County has a significant history of earthquakes. I'll mention just a few because Petaluma has been largely spared from disaster in recent years and historically. I'm here to tell you that is not always going to be the case. In 1898, there was a significant earthquake just over in Shellville. You can almost throw a rock and hit it from here, right? It was a big one. It knocked down quite a few buildings. It was a mess, even though it was lightly populated. In 1906, of course, the great earthquake struck San Francisco, but also traveled north, literally underneath the city of Petaluma. The energy hit into the city of Santa Rosa. And at that time, Santa Rosa was built of masonry, not using cement, but lime. And unfortunately, they suffered the greatest number of deaths of any American city ever due to an earthquake. And that was a fluke. Petaluma was in the path of the earthquake, and we should have seen damages here as well. Now, in 1969, we had another small earthquake up near Santa Rosa, and that's why there's a Santa Rosa Mall now. It's because the town fathers took all the federal money and rebuilt it using a mall as being the big economic driver. And then lastly, I would share the Napa earthquake in 2014. I was there. That was a very small earthquake, just again over the hill from Petaluma, but it was profoundly impactful on the city. It really shaped the way the city addresses community services. It impacted their operating budget. They had to lay off staff a year later because they had incurred so many costs that were not reimbursable. This is the kind of location in which Petaluma sits. We can expect to see an earthquake strike the city probably in the next 30 to 40 years. Share with you, there are multiple earthquake faults in the Bay Area, many of which are considered to be significantly active. We have two here. The city of Petaluma lies between two earthquake faults. The first is the Rogers Creek Fault, which literally runs along the east side of the city, along the mountainside there, Lakeville Highway. And then also the San Andreas Fault, which runs just a little bit offshore here along the Marin County border. I want you to guess which two fault lines are most likely to cause an earthquake in the Bay Area in the next 30 years. The Rogers Creek and the San Andreas. The odds are 72% of having a major earthquake the size of Napa's sometime in the next 20 years. Somewhere here in the Bay Area, and we seem to have got a couple lottery tickets that are got some good numbers on them. So I would suggest to you that the chances are significant that Petaluma could be experiencing an earthquake sometime in the next 20 to 30 years. So the fairgrounds, being situated directly in the middle of the city, my perspective as an emergency manager, is an extraordinary value. Allows us, during a disaster response, to station resources, move into the city, as well as have residents be able to access services if needed. So the fairgrounds, there are several potential functions. The first, of course, is an emergency shelter. The city and the residents here have been very good hosts for the last several years, with residents fleeing from fires in other parts of the county coming here for shelter. That is going to continue to be a significant challenge. I will share with you in a major earthquake, we expect in Sonoma County some 5,000 residents to have to seek shelter following that earthquake. And in many places, there will be damaged infrastructure, which will make shelter locations very valuable. We can stage resources. Yes, you can technically park in the Walmart, or I should say the Target parking lot for a short while. But if we're going to keep resources in an area like firefighters, utility crews, we need real estate, to be quite honest. And that's becoming increasingly challenging and hard to find, let alone in a central location. It can also serve as a long-term camp. I've been in camps where we put firefighters and responders in tents for months at a time as they deal with the issues that the community has been impacted. Again, this is a valuable capability that's not really readily located elsewhere in the city. I'll also mention we may be able to use that facility to distribute resources to residents. If we lose water supply for a week or 2 or 3, you're going to have to come there to get the water. Yes, we can distribute it in smaller locations, but it's much more challenging, especially if we're talking about tens of thousands of people without water. And then finally, one thing I can't tell you about is what it's going to look like after the disaster. We don't know how much damage will occur to buildings, to the water system, to road networks. So recovery is a significant challenge that extends not just for months, but potentially years. And so that's going to require a flexible space that allows us to move in items like debris management, first responders, medical care, the ability to open an alternate school site or an alternate library. The flexibility is what we value now as an emergency manager. I can't tell you exactly what the function might be, but having that capacity is critical. And then finally, for the fairgrounds themselves, I'm going to suggest that it's probably not going to stay the same. I can understand the community interests here in addressing various functions that the property might support. I hope you can keep some of the fairgrounds alive. That's just me personally. But from a professional standpoint, I would suggest to you my best use for this property, if you gave it to me, would be to construct a public safety building there. Your city's fire department headquarters is antiquated and will not survive an earthquake. Your police department headquarters will not survive an earthquake. Your emergency operations center, where we coordinate the response to an event, will not survive an earthquake. My recommendation to the city, if I was king for a day, would be to dump $30 million in building a new facility in a central location. I also suggest that flexible space is what's going to give the city resiliency. Real estate or a facility like a community center that is earthquake resistant, has integrated energy production and storage, would allow us to use the facility for multiple purposes, including a shelter. That concludes my presentation.
Excellent timing. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Oh, definitely. Okay. And while they're getting the video set up, Grace, when I give you a signal, would you mind turning off the lights? Not right this second, but we're going to show a video. Thank you. No, at the end. Yeah, I'll give you a signal.
Is that good? There we go.
Okay. Yeah. So our next presenter is Matt Sharkey. I already said that with the Speedway. Go ahead,
Yep.
Matt. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Alex. Thanks, Chris. We're going to shift from disaster relief to affordable family entertainment. So shift your mindset here with me for a quick second. To give you, oh, sorry, they're not shifting together here. There we go.
Just look at the English one.
Got it. Thanks. So give a little bit of a background on myself. I am not employed by any way by Petaluma Speedway, so I just want to be very clear about that. I am a 10-year resident of Petaluma. My wife and I have raised our sons here. We've been coming to the fairgrounds for a couple decades, predominantly to see races at Petaluma Speedway. This is me, my dad, my brother. Grew up in the South Bay, going to San Jose Speedway and Baylands, both of which have been gone for 22 and 34 years, respectively. My ultimate goal is so that my kids don't have the same story about their local track going away. So that's my primary motive of being here today and giving a little bit more context to the background. I also do believe very much in a vision of the future for the Speedway and how that can integrate to the greater Fairgrounds property. So for those unaware, to give a little bit of history around auto racing in Petaluma, it dates back all the way to 1936. So where the current Speedway is, it used to be a horse track, and it went almost all the way to Washington. So it was a mile-long track. That's the first year that cars started racing on that property. And then in 1954 was when Petaluma Speedway, as we know it now, started. And then in 1963 it expanded, and since that time there's been a weekly racing series seasonally for 59 years, longer than I've been alive. So on a low attended night, you'll see about 450 people fill those grandstands. On a well attended night, it'll be 1,100. So you can imagine the economic impact that makes to the city on any given Saturday night. Also, out of 365 days a year, you will certainly hear some noise complaints about the cars. Like I said, the Speedway hosts between 25 and 30 events in an entire year. So if you bought your house prior to 1963, I think you have a right to complain about the noise. If you bought it after 1963, you should have known what you were getting yourself into. Sorry, that's not. Nope. I think it went 2 ahead. Oh, no. So on the idea of affordable family entertainment, I definitely believe strongly in that. I think as a society, as we become people that our homes are coming bigger, our yards are getting smaller, we have entertainment at hand's length, and that's kind of what we're becoming, is just staring at our screens. And some of us love to be around our community at our chosen sport events and be out in the world. And on any given Saturday night, a family of 4 in Petaluma really has 3 opportunities for entertainment venues. That's the bowling alley, the movie theater, and the Speedway. You probably can't see this very clearly, but I pulled up, pausing for transition. So I pulled up, these are all prices for tonight. So this is, if I took my family of 4 to the bowling alley, and before I get into this, I patronize all 3 of these places. I love them all. I want them all to stay here. But I want to give an example of what's affordable and what might not be. Family of 4, if I go bowling for 2.5 hours and we have dinner there, is going to run me $233. If I take my same family of 4 to a movie for the 4 of us, and we get hot dogs, popcorn, and drinks there and watch the movie, it's $112 tonight. These are the live prices. If I go to the Speedway, for the same family of 4, we eat there, have drinks, popcorn, it's $92. And the difference is, at the movie, I'm there for an hour and 30 minutes. The Speedway, I'm there for almost 6 hours. So the value of your dollar goes tremendously further. Yeah, $92. There are city-sponsored events, so I don't want that to go unnoticed, but those are very few in comparison to having a weekly series. It's also, Petaluma Speedway is the only professional sporting weekly event in all of Sonoma County. So understand that that's the only one. So, economic.
El impacto económico, la última vez que yo soy consciente que
The Chamber of Commerce was in 2018. At that time, they did a survey and found that the economic impact that the Petaluma Speedway made in that single year was $250,000 to the city of Petaluma. So that's real money that's going towards employing hourly and salaried workers at hotels, restaurants, gas stations, auto parts stores, et cetera, et cetera. So really think about that in terms of it only being 26 events and what it would look like with more.
Looks like the clicker isn't working, so feel free to just tell us.
Okay,
Slide.
I'll nod.
Thank
Slide. Thank you. So what makes Petaluma Speedway special? First of all, its history and the fact that we have lost 50% of local dirt tracks in the Bay Area in the last 30 years. So it's one of 3 remaining. So its history and how long it's been there, not only for the community, but the larger racing community nationally. The dirt, it's adobe. It's one of 2 tracks in the entire western United States that has adobe clay. It's a very different, unique experience. It keeps all the dust down. If you go to other tracks, dust flies everywhere. This one stays in the ground, so it's far less of a nuisance than other areas on the dirt side. Also, you'll see up on the top left, that's Shayna Ensign and her dad, 2 generations of 3-generation racing family. She's also a track champion. We also field, at Petaluma Speedway, we have fielded more women drivers than any other track in the western United States in the last 10 years. It's a huge tip of the cap to what we foster and what we promote and what we champion at the track. Further on down, 2 of the 3 generations of the Johnson family. On the far right, we represent 4 generations of the McCoy family that have all spent their lives around the track. And in the center, probably one of the most unique drivers in all of motorsports racing, Sean McCoy, who up until last Saturday did not miss a Saturday race for his class in 42 consecutive years, 870 races. So to say that this is a family is a tremendous understatement, and the Speedway is absolutely a home away from home for these people. So in advocating for the future of the Speedway, I would love to see it become a multi-use property in hopes that the Speedway is granted a long-term lease. I have already connected 2 of the individuals who built the Santa Clara BMX track and the Napa BMX track, and I've introduced them to Rick Faith, the promoter of the Speedway. And they're in conversation, if this future comes to pass, that a BMX track could be built in the infield of the Speedway. It's size enough to be a world-class facility. Given the grandstands, it could even host the Nationals, which brings in an economic impact from a single event in over $250,000. It would, my estimation, loosely based on Napa and Santa Clara alone, it would probably double the economic impact to the city without changing the venue other than adding that track. It's also a huge win for our youth. Right now, there is no BMX track in Petaluma, no legal BMX track in Petaluma. They also share the skate park, which is dangerous for everyone, so to have a world-class facility would put Petaluma on the map, help our youth, and give us a great economic viability. So when they're gone forever. What you're looking at right here is a recent aerial view. I was there last weekend, can confirm this, of San Jose Speedway. It closed in 1999, sold to developers. Developers in the city and the county stayed in a stalemate for over a decade. And now it sits 23 years empty, no use. They've had a motocross track on it that rented it for a couple years, and that's it. So people that had been racing there for 59 years lost their hobby, their viability, their way of life. Trying to avoid that because the economic cost of building a track from scratch anywhere in California right now will never happen again. So when they're gone forever. In closing, I'm going to ask if we turn off the lights. I'd like to ask anybody who's never been to the track to please go. And especially if you are here to advocate for the future of the property, you need to know what that experience is like before you have an informed opinion one way or the other. So to give you a perspective, I'm going to share a quick teaser, and I encourage you all. There's races tonight. It's very affordable. Get your family and come on down to the track.
And just to let you know, Matt will be pausing the video so the interpreters can catch up every few moments.
Petaluma is like one of the last bastions of what used to be.
This is a piece of Americana.
I mean, I've been coming here since before I can really remember.
When I was a kid, if you weren't at a racetrack, you were listening to a race on the radio.
Right up side by side, they make contact coming down the front end, makes it 3 abreast going into turn 1. What place is one here?
From the moment you walk in, it kind of sucks you in instantly.
It's like hard to even explain because it's a race car, but it's going to be on 2 wheels and half the wheels half the time.
There's this power and energy that you just don't get anywhere else.
When the helmet goes on, you could be racing next to your grandma. It don't matter.
The whole family comes. Saturday night affair, it's dinner at the track. We try to take care of everybody because they're part of our family.
God forbid this track does go away. I mean, then what do you do?
This place has definitely made me who I am, for sure.
If the Speedway wasn't here, I wouldn't want to drive down the road or get off this freeway exit, I'll tell you that.
We are tied together in this weird thing called racing.
They may be competitors out on the track. When push comes to shove and somebody needs help, there's 15 guys around it. You don't have to be a man or a woman to be fast or competitive.
And it doesn't matter what your last name is. If you're at the racetrack, you're part of the family. Turn 1, 25-degree right to turn 4. Right beside coming in the start finish line, coming over turn 2. This is the last lap of the race. You're in that turn now, and in front, we're going to have a photo finish. It's special. You ain't going to find this anywhere else.
And I will mention, if you do go and have children that are under 5, they're free. And that's not true at the bowling alley or the movie theater.
Alrighty, thank you to both of our presenters. Would someone in back mind flipping those lights back on as well? Great. Okay. All right. Carly will take our stack. We'll have another Q&A session now for about 20 minutes with both of our speakers. And just one thing to keep in mind, please keep your questions to single part questions. I know everybody has a lot of questions to ask, and we want to make sure to get through as many people as we can. We'll also be referring to earlier stacks, so folks who have already asked questions of previous speakers. We will try to give the opportunity to folks who haven't asked any questions yet as we go throughout the days. And single part questions will just allow us to move on. So if I hear a question that is actually 3 questions, I might jump in and just ask you to choose one of them for now and write the other couple down. Right? Oh, and we will just do our best to pause after a question is asked, pause before an answer is given for interpreters. All right, I'll take hands for questions. All right, I saw yours first. Can you shout your names, please? Robert, right?
My question is
Oh, not quite yet. Let's take a few names on stack first. Thank you. Over here. Eric. Okay. Reference our list here. Okay. Jasmine. All right. Deb. Okay. And then Izzy, did you get one earlier? Okay, Izzy. All right, we'll keep that stack for now. I think that should be good. And go first to Robert.
Hi, my question is for you with a hat. Sorry, I forgot your
Disaster
name.
guy.
Yeah, the disaster guy. What other properties besides the fairgrounds does the city use for emergency services, disaster relief?
So I'm from the county, so I can't represent the city fully. I will share your city is now in the process of hiring its first emergency manager. It's great news for me. The properties the city might use, of course, are anything the city actually owns, which is vanishingly small amounts of real estate now. There are very few undeveloped parcels or parcels that are not already earmarked for other development like affordable housing or utilities infrastructure. At this point in a major disaster, the city would probably go beyond properties that it controls directly and seek to access private property, most notably commercial properties, retail, especially with anything with acres of asphalt, big parking lots. These are extremely valuable. Of course, when you do so, you tend to discourage that retail operation.
You slow down.
And it can also inconvenience the community significantly. In the Napa earthquake, the city of Napa used 2 school parking lots to collect debris, which impacted the school ability to reopen. I hope that answers your question somewhat. But again, I don't have specifics for the city properties, but that's in general how most cities would approach the response and use of property.
Okay, we'll go next to Eric.
This question's for Matt. I'll preface it by saying I have been to the races before. They're exciting, a lot of fun. It's also a cold place to be if you're not prepared.
Very true.
Petaluma's not known for its warm evenings. So my question is, you brought up a lot of positives, economically, entertainment-wise. The negative that we've heard from people about the track is the noise. Are you aware of any other tracks that have successfully mitigated any of that, or including trends in the types of vehicles that'll be racing
there?
10 years from now?
Sure, great question. The unfortunate answer is that Petaluma leads the sound muffling of all tracks in California. RIC mandates a special muffler to keep the noise down at the track. So even drivers that race at other tracks have to use that muffler at Petaluma Speedway. So for the major classes of racing. So we're ahead of that. I think if you look longer term, in a decade plus, it's going to be electric cars that are going in circles at that track, should it stay. That's the reality. You know, that's where we're all going, and then it'll sound like a swarm of bees. But any innovation that's there, Rick is open to and has employed at the track. He also is the only promoter I know of who never goes beyond curfew. I've never seen it happen in going to races there in over 16 years, where I've seen it at almost every other track. So he is trying to be neighborly. He understands how close homes are built to the track.
Thank you. We'll go next to Jasmine.
This is directed to Matt. You mentioned the possibility of building a BMX bike if the lease is extended. What was the approximate cost of that, and who would be paying for it?
So a great question that I don't have I don't have part two answer to that. So there's a number of ways that those can be funded. It could be privately if Rick decided with these two other people that they wanted to invest in that and make it a for-profit business. That's one way. If the city wanted to get involved and or a group of volunteers with Rick and permission of the Speedway and the 4th District Ag and the city to make it a nonprofit, also totally viable. Napa is a nonprofit. Santa Clara is a nonprofit. So just FYI for examples. Estimated cost would be about $25,000. And that is super affordable compared to any football field, basketball court, soccer field we have in town. Likely Gelati would volunteer to move some of that dirt around. A lot of the cost would be the dirt itself to bring it in. But that community is vibrant. Napa was built 100% by volunteers.
Thank you. We'll go next to Deb.
Hello, my question is for Matt. My question is, what does Petaluma have that Sears Point does not besides the Adobe, and why can't those races just be at Sears Point?
So Sears Point is owned by one of the largest NASCAR track families in the country. It is absolutely a very large for-profit venue. To see a race for a family of 4, there is going to cost you $400 plus on a major race. What they also, sorry, sure, yep. Good on that one? They only have asphalt facility there, so a dirt track does not exist there. They would, if they chose to, for profit, to build one from scratch, they could. It would run them several millions of dollars, and it's unlikely that they would do that today. So really, they just don't have the facility. They have property, but they don't have a current dirt track facility there. It's all asphalt.
Thank you. We'll try to remember to take breaks better as well. Now to Izzy. And yeah.
this is for Chris and then a comment for Matt. Chris, regarding the emergency services, the community resource center which you are suggesting, is that going to include like a large kitchen, permanent bathrooms, so that when people can, when they are being evacuated, they can be able to have a facility to cook or to be served food, and also bathrooms and showers to wash. That was my question.
In a perfect world, yes, we would build additional capacities and capabilities in new buildings like a public safety center. By way of example, the building you're sitting in now is the city's primary emergency shelter in a disaster. So in designing this building, the goal was to not just support the day-to-day uses, i.e. the number of people that come and go for classes, the goal was also to ensure that additional work could be done here in a disaster. So maybe a few more bathrooms, a larger kitchen, and emergency power. We encourage all new government facilities to incorporate these capabilities.
Thank you. We'll take a couple more hands. Right. Grace, and then I believe you've already asked a question in this round, so your name? Rebecca. Okay, Grace.
This question is for Mr. Disaster.
Much
That's
better.
what he said. I don't know if you are familiar with the city of Petaluma. You said that you were coming from the county, but I have a question about the city. I live on McDowell, South McDowell and Cowfield, and I have been there for 35 years. And since last year, many trucks, big trucks that it says extra, whatever, and they are passing there day and night, 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, and these big trucks shake all the houses. Many neighbors have told me that, and I feel the same thing. They shake my house 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, and then the question is, who gave them the permit to pass there when it wasn't like that before?
So that's an easy question. There's no political problems answering that at all. I should not make light of this situation. I did live in Petaluma for several years, and I understand many of the roads are not really designed for heavy traffic. I don't know what those trucks are, to be honest. So I don't know, and they're not necessarily permitted to travel down roads. If you own a commercial vehicle, unless there's a restriction on a roadway, like for noise or for weight, you're allowed to drive that commercial vehicle on a roadway in California. You don't have to get a permit to go from point A to point B, unless it's tied to a very specific construction project. Maybe there's a construction project going on. That's all I can suggest. But in a disaster, I will tell you, the number of trucks that will be on your roads will be tenfold increased, from utilities, individuals doing construction or repair, or hauling away debris. That's very common. I lived through that in Santa Rosa after the fires. I'm sorry I don't have the true answer to your question.
Thank you. Go next to
My question is for Matt. this is really regarding the environment and toxins and that sort of thing. I've heard that soil samples are taken and analyzed. I'm wondering who is taking these soil samples, and what are the outcomes, and can the public know?
Sure. The unfortunate answer is I don't have a response, other than to know that I too have heard that, and I believe it was city funded in terms of the soil sample that was to be taken. I believe it was taken sometime in the last 12 months. I have not seen or heard of any results of that. What I will say is adobe clay is much more dense than dirt. I'm very curious to see what the outcome would be versus other tracks that have had a similar test done. The good news, longer term environmental impact, is that thankfully we live in California where there are already standards on fuels and additives, oils, etc. The cars themselves run off of ethanol, which is much cleaner than just regular petrol. And if you go by the pits, you will see that that grass and all those plants grow back every single year on that lot. And that's because every car is required to have a catch down. So I would, as a bet that we're probably one of the cleanest facilities for how old we are. But I'm very curious to see those reports as well. But I have not seen them published or shared today.
Thank you. We probably have time for one, maybe two more questions. So let's go to Darby, and then Robert, I see your hand. We'll just see if there's anyone else who hasn't asked a question in this session. And then to Carl. Okay, I think we can fit both of those in. Darby.
Hi, this is for Mr. Godley. If the lease is renewed, are you able to work with the leaseholders, the fairgrounds, to make a disaster facility or make improvements needed?
Just waiting for my green light. So if the lease were to be extended, then the city of Petaluma would enter into that relationship with the leaseholder regarding any improvements on the site. The county, I will share with you, has a relationship now in that we have provided shelter resources that are now stored at the fairgrounds in case the shelter needs to be opened. It's unfortunate that there is not one single government in the United States, depending on how you look at it. But at this point, the relationship with the leaseholder would be primarily the city of Petaluma. I can't speak to where they would go with that, I gotta be honest.
Thank you. And last to Carl.
This question is going to be for Christopher. So in the event of an emergency and the fairgrounds is filled to full capacity, what other areas could be utilized in case the fairgrounds are not accessible to those who need it?
I'm assuming that in your question, the fairgrounds have not changed, or when you say full to capacity, does that mean developed?
Yeah, like if they were developed and it was filled to full capacity with people.
So in a major disaster, we could expect to have need for multiple locations for resources, whether it's to shelter people or allow first responders and utility crews to camp out, if you would, while they're helping the community, or turn around and offer resources to the community, like food or alternate school sites, something like that. We would be going to multiple locations. For example, for shelters, this facility would probably be open for quite a while. We would also use the Veterans Building down on South Petaluma Boulevard for a short bit. And we would hope to make use of the generosity of many of the community-based organizations in town and the faith-based organizations as well. In a major regional disaster, like a major regional earthquake, we could expect to not only have to take care of ourselves, we may also be asked to host people that are not able to stay, for example, in San Francisco or in the East Bay. And they don't want to relocate to, Nevada. They want to stay somewhere close to home. So we may play host to tens of thousands of people at that point. And at that point, it's every resource we can identify. There will not be enough facilities to house everybody in the short term. And in the long term, it's going to be very challenging for us to access facilities that are going to support a major disaster recovery. I can tell you, just as shorthand, as an emergency manager, efficiency is bad. I like redundancy. I like sloth. I like space that's not being used for anything. Because in a disaster, we fill it up to the brim every time. And efficient systems don't give us that capacity for resiliency in the future.
Great, thank you to our speakers. We can give them a thank you. Yeah, appreciate you being here. We'll close out the Q&A sessions, and feel free to stick around as observers. But panelists,
thank you guys for dedicating this amount of time. It is a ton, so thank you for being a part of this process. Appreciate it.
Terrific. So for the next section, just a few minutes before lunch, we'll do a debrief. You've heard a lot of information, and for that debrief, I'll pass it over to Mario.
Thank you, Alex. Healthy democracy. A place where everyone could come together and have a part in the process. So that's at least how I interpret this process. Not easy, but somehow we are making it happen with the facilitation of great people here, including you. So Jill's going to take notes, and we're going to hear from you what has come out, what new ideas, what new information you gather from the presenters just a moment ago. And I would love to hear from people who have not participated so far as well. Again, in a healthy democracy, we want to believe that somehow our ideas matter, our input matter, and creating always the space for people, even those who are not yet present, but that somehow will be present, whether it's now or near in the future. Any ideas? Who wants to go first? We have names. Your name?
My name's Glennis.
Glennis, okay. Anybody else? Your name? Eric. Anybody else? ¿Alguien más? Go ahead. Brian. ¿Y usted no va a hacer una pregunta en español? No, segura. Bueno.
Question.
So what do we go with our first, what was it? Did you hear anything new? Go ahead. We have someone else here? Oh, Dele. Tina.
Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So we go with, go ahead.
Christopher, the emergency manager, he mentioned that our current police station, fire station, and emergency response center would not withstand a major earthquake, and that was news to me, and it makes sense why other literature we've read mentioned relocating those buildings.
Interesting. New information that came to us. Who's next? Eric?
We've been talking about what makes a good question, and I heard a very good one.
Ah.
And that is when people present their component of what they would like to do, be able to do at the fairgrounds. The question was, will that be viable if the lease is extended? Or will it not be? And I think when we hear people pitching their ideas for what they'd like to do, what the community needs, I think it's important to know whether that's possible with or without a lease.
Okay. Excellent. We're also learning to create good questions. All kinds of things that we're learning here today. Who's next? Ryan. You want to do the microphone? Thank you. Thank you, Brian.
Learned that the cars are burning ethanol.
Mm-hmm.
We had somebody who came in with seems to me, a very positive proposal about what to do with that space regarding BMX, and that caused my mind to reel a little bit, leading me to an awareness of environmentally sensitive auto racers. I'm dealing with that. And then, which is fine, it could exist. And then the other one is that, and I'm paraphrasing the fellow,
So if we want to make a puzzle, go ahead.
that development compromises our resilience.
Develop, can you repeat that again?
That, according to the fellow representing emergency services disaster management, that development compromises resiliency.
Interesting concept, huh? And then finally we have Tina.
Yes, something occurred to me when Christopher was speaking, the disaster planner, and that is that, you know, in looking at all of this, the use, you know, we're just looking back. We haven't factored in things like, you know, epidemics, you know, and what things could look like going forward, or even wars or nuclear disasters, because our world is changing daily, and I just think that the importance of having that be part of the process, you know, going forward, keeping an open mind. So I just wanted to throw that out. Thank you.
So keeping an open mind. Okay. Do we have time for another question? Yeah, we go. We're good. Your name? Andrew. Go ahead, Andrew. And then just one of the things that I am appreciating today, and just a quick note here, is that slowing down, it really allows us to really think about what we were saying. And it also allows us to, you know, to really understand those that are next to us. So it's also sharing the space, okay? And sometimes I appreciate, even if it seems invasive, to be reminded to slow down. And we as a society don't slow enough. So thank you to our reminders. Go ahead.
Andrew, I refrained from lifting my hand before because I wanted to see if my same questions were going to be asked, and they all were. And I listened to the same presenters that Brian listened to, and he heard things that I didn't, and that's great, you know? Yeah, I mean...
Thank you.
Yeah, I like this debriefing afterwards. It's neat, so thank you.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I'm going to pass it on to Alex. Go ahead, Alex.
Sorry, you're good. We're going to continue, so stay here, Mario. This is great. We are tracking down some components of lunch that didn't arrive. So we're going to extend this 5 minutes into your lunch, but don't worry, you'll still get a full hour. So we have 10 more minutes, and then you can pass it to Grace.
Okay. So do you guys mind if I stay here to have a conversation with you guys? Is that okay? I'm enjoying it. I am. So, and then the people who are taking notes, is that okay with you guys too? Yeah? Okay. Is your name? Go ahead.
Stay in the camera.
Ah,
It's good riffing.
I tend to move around. I'm so sorry. See, okay, go ahead. I'm so sorry. And by the way, you very passionate. You speak a bit faster, so if you can pass a little bit so you don't get stopped. Go ahead.
My name is Deb. My question was to this gentleman, to Brian. So you said, he said development slows a resilience, but what I heard was that we need to update all of our emergency services to be earthquake resistant and fire resistant and on, which to me sounds like development. So I was just confused.
Go ahead.
I was paraphrasing him, and he was saying that from his point of view, efficiency and slowness helped increase our resiliency because it did not cause spaces to be filled in. So when I took him to say development, it meant like housing, strip malls, other structures, not just a specific emergency. But thank you for helping me clarify.
And something that happens is that the importance of going back. Go ahead. So part of debriefing and going back is that we want to make sure that we heard is what it was actually said. And it also is important to kind of make sure and then share. And that's how we sort of learn and build a common agenda as much as possible. Anybody else has another question? Your name? Patty.
Okay. What I get out of this and what I've kind of felt all along is we need open space, and all land doesn't need to be developed. So the open space is needed, and the disaster guy kind of proved it to me. That's all, just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Who raised their hand first? Go ahead.
Mine is just a comment. I am just so admiring everyone's really smart questions and comments. Thank you.
There is a reason why you guys were chosen. Go ahead.
So mine is a comment as well, because I didn't ask a question until afterwards, of disaster guy. What was really interesting, he said that although they do use, I was asking whether, like what are other cities that they use for disasters, and of course the Santa Rosa Fairgrounds, he says, is massive, but they try to base all of their plans on what they do here in Petaluma, that in Roanoke Park and Healdsburg. They're all trying to do what they do here. So it kind of gave me thought as to his emphasis on wanting to rebuild, potentially the police station, city hall, because I think that they're using Petaluma as the model for all of Sonoma County. And this is the opportunity for that to happen, I think.
Thank you. So pause. I just wanted to add, in one of the groups that I was facilitating, the question, and I will come back to you, the question was brought up in terms of how far is the process, how far the process is actually is, in terms of, and how much can this group of a healthy democracy can influence whatever conversation is already happening. And that's powerful. That's really, really powerful to think that whatever recommendation you make will impact whatever process is shaping up and is taking place. Darby, go ahead.
Yes, this decision making or suggesting is a lot of pressure. No. Just to piggyback what you were saying, that they're modeling Petaluma for other places. He said that they have good. He said that they were good hosts. So that tells me that the possibility of working with the leaseholders in the future is bright.
So people coming really together with ideas, just adding to one idea together, and then that's perhaps what it's been that we were hoping here, and is that at the end of the day, regardless on how decisions are being made, that you in fact are holding a place, and then you are representing the greater good of our community, right? Anybody else has another question? And then I just wanted to announce real quick that lunch, there is agua de Jamaica, so that we're even experiencing diversity in the food. Really. We have agua de Jamaica, and we have fajitas, and then, so, we don't have what? Lunch is not even ready. So we keep on hearing that. But so far what they have brought up, it's very promising. And I can tell you that so far there is agua de Jamaica, and it's delicious. And I'm Mexican, so I love agua de Jamaica. And there is delicious salsa out there too, and there is. So I think that you guys are going to enjoy lunch. Alex?
Mine's actually wrapped or closing, and I think we should just let people break anyway.
Awesome. So, okay, thanks, Alex. So personally, as a facilitator, I just want to tell you that I very much appreciate you guys creating the space for translation. I want to thank you. And I like to believe that that healthy democracy is developing a model, because what's happening here should expand, and it's going to expand to the decision makers. So you guys are setting a really, really good example for how the conversation should be happening. Creating the space, sharing the space, allowing all voices to be present at the table. That's just my humble opinion. I'm only a facilitator here, but I appreciate being part of this process. So thank you so much. Alex.
Thank you, Mario. Beautiful. Okay, we just thought, head to break. I know some of you make plans between 12:30 and 1:30, and we want to keep that consistent. But please, I see Dory over there just shielding the table. We will let you know as soon as it's okay to go serve yourself. But break for lunch. We'll be back at 1:35.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's move back into the rectangle and start off on part 2 of the day. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's true. That's true. All right. So, we're going to start off the second half with an activity that I am not doing. Start off the second half with an activity that I am not doing, and I don't know what it is, which is wonderful. Jill is doing it, and so let me pass it over to Jill.
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. So, as a little icebreaker, fun exercise, for those of you who would like to move around, you may, and those who would like to stay seated may. And we're going to have about 10 minutes for you to approach someone who has not been in your small panel group and ask a question. We've posted 4 questions here, and if you have time, you might be able to talk with 4 people, choosing a different question every time. Yeah, so they'll be moving, and the questions are, if you could be anywhere in the world right now, where would you be? Question 2, this is an exercise, pull something out of your pocket or purse that is representative of your life or personality and explain why. So this is a little getting to know each other exercise. Another question is, if you could be a type of potato, what type would you be? A cooked potato. And lastly, what is your favorite childhood snack? And what is the story behind that snack? So you can choose any question you want, talk to someone who is not in your small panel, and have fun. All right. It's your time. Feel free to walk around the room or stay seated. If you haven't already switched partners, please do. So you probably have time for one more partner, one more question. Okay, everybody, you can take your place at the big panel. We're going to get started again in just a moment. Soon breaking out into your small panels.
All right. We're going to break back into small groups and prepare for the next set of presentations, which are going to happen at 2:15 from 3 presenters this time. And I think you're about to get the slides for those 3 presenters. So again, same as last time. We'll have a few moments. We've sort of done a debrief already, so this will be a chance to just think about what else you want to know. We sort of did the first part of what new insights have emerged. Now in small groups is the, okay, cool, what do we still want to know at this point in time? And what might we want to know specifically of these three folks coming up? They will be on the slides. I know. Sorry. My bad. You have a schedule in front of you. I forgot. Thank you. Keep me on my toes. All right, let's split into those small groups. And I think actually, let's just for ease split into the same small groups again. We'll reshuffle each day. So split into the same small groups you were in before.
All right, all right. Moderators, wrap up your small group conversations and let's make our way back to the big group. Sorry, I didn't check with you. Nope. All right. Let's make our way back to the big group. Our cards are here. Wonderful. Oh, awesome. Great.
Didn't get that, but yeah, that makes sense.
All right, welcome back, panelists. We have another group of presenters for you all. The last one for today, I believe. Yes. To have slides that you've seen, and we'll have a little bit of a photo presentation as well. And I just wanted to note, after the last batch, one of our moderators reminded me to make clear, we usually make this clear, that this is a lot of sitting, a lot of information, and some of it may be more challenging to listen to at times, especially for some folks. So please, if you need to take a break at any moment, step out, take care of yourself. Similarly, we're sitting for a long time, so please feel free to stand up during presentations, stretch, take care of your needs in whatever ways. That is completely fine and encouraged. Okay. We have 3 more presentations for you. Same exact format. We're getting comfortable with this format, although we will change the Q&A format a tiny bit to try to be a little bit more fair and randomized and who gets to ask questions this time around. So with us this afternoon, Kelly Smith with the Farmers Market, Felix Ortiz with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and over on the far side, Teddy Herzog with Safe Streets. So we'll go in, let's see, we'll do Teddy first, then Kelly. Oh. Okay, that's fine. So Kelly, I believe, is the second. Your slides are in alphabetical order, so Kelly will be the second set, but should be easy to find. So we'll do Kelly first. And put your 10 minutes on the clock here, and I'll let you know when you're good to begin. Okay. Go ahead.
Can you hear me clearly? Okay. So I'm Kelly Smith with Petaluma Farmers Markets, and I'm going to get myself oriented. I'm not a pro at this. I do appreciate that you guys are all taking this time to be here. I know it sounds like it's a lot for y'all. So just a little bit about the farmers markets. We operate 3 farmers markets here in Petaluma. We're an organization called Agricultural Community Events Farmers Markets. I'm the executive director. We operate 7 other farmers markets, 2 in Marin County. Getting the pause. Good to go? All right. So 2 in Marin County and also 7 here in Sonoma County, 3 of which are located here in Petaluma. We've got Tuesday morning here in Lucchese Park, 10 to 1:30, year-round. And then also Walnut Park, which is taking place right now. We just opened that one last week. And then we're moving our Thursday evening market. Okay. Thank you. We are moving our Thursday evening market from downtown Theater District to the Fairgrounds this year. So that's pretty exciting, and we'll start in July. So, all right, already messing everything up here. So, going too fast. Sorry, everybody. So, what's on the horizon for the farmers markets? Petaluma East Side has been jamming with COVID. We've been amazingly overwhelmed, and of course, if you visited on a Tuesday, the parking lot is very difficult to maneuver, and with everything opening up here at the community center, it is making it more difficult, and it's always been a challenge at this location. But we love it here, we love our trees, we love our community center. And then Petaluma Walnut Park has been located in that park since 1989. But the park it's really not set up for a farmer's market. So it would be nice to have more availability to widen out and have maneuverability and parking. And then now that we're in a drought, or we've been in a drought for a while, Parks and Rec has been concerned about the grass and the wear and tear that we create over there. So that gave me, oops, too fast again. There we go. So I thought, wouldn't it be cool if we had a farmer's market pavilion open air marketplace? And Christy from the Fairgrounds ironically reached out to me at the same time, like, hey, we need a farmer's market over here. And we started the conversation of, hey, wouldn't this be cool? Of course, there's still lots of space for this to happen. I don't think it would take away from anything that's already there, and not anything that is overly built or intrusive. But it also connects to Petaluma's rich agricultural history. A little background about me, I went to Tamales. I grew up in West Marin. Petaluma's, like the big town to us out there. So I love that there's so much agriculture here, and obviously being a part of a farmer's market, and this is my daily life, I want to encourage more farmers, farm-related goods. That is our mission, that we support agriculture and agricultural-related products. So wouldn't that be fun? And then there's some photos of the markets and the vendors. And just to give you some relation to, these are businesses that are in town. and just how much fun it is to be at the farmer's market if you don't go on a regular basis. Trying to get you hooked. All right, next slide. Come on. Okay. Next, great. So I'm really excited I get to use this little quote, "Seeders, feeders, and eaters." It's been sitting in my brain for a long time. So the farmers market is filled with California farmers, and we're, in our state, a certified farmers market. You have to grow what you sell, and you have to be located in California. We can create parameters on how far that person comes from, but the regulations per Department Food and California Department of Food and Agriculture, who oversees farmers markets in California, it is a requirement that they are from California and they have a certification. We also have local food creators, local artisans, local nonprofits, local businesses that come to the farmers market on a weekly basis. So it's an incubator. It's a place to do business when, you know, brick and mortar can be a little bit more challenging, or a place to start. You know, we're food hubs, we're community meeting places, especially during COVID when you couldn't see your community, you couldn't, you know, at least during the lockdowns, it was really difficult to find food sources. We were very fortunate to get deemed essential business by the governor so that we could continue moving forward. And we, during emergencies, we created curbside ordering and other ways to make sure that food gets to people who need that resource. In addition to that, we have support for CalFresh customers, where we offer market match, allowing CalFresh customers to get additional free money for fruits and vegetables, which helps our small-scale farmers as well as those individuals in need. Recently, we got grant money to offer meat, dairy, and egg vouchers for those same customers, allowing them $40 extra. For $40 extra for meat, dairy, and eggs for high-quality proteins. And we also offer senior nutrition vouchers. So that's me and the farmers markets. You could do next slide, and we'll just end with my contact info and open it up to questions unless we're waiting.
Thank you, Kelly. So we'll save questions until the end and then have a joint Q&A. So next we'll go to Teddy.
Hi, everybody. Teddy Herzog. I walk around town a lot. I ride a bike around town a lot, and I also drive quite a bit. Start this first slide I marked up. Don't really need to go into it much. It's pink circles, the fairgrounds, but the point of my slide is, as you know, the fairgrounds is the geographic dead center of our town. And back in 1952, there's that same pink circle. As you know, that in 1952, the fairgrounds was on the outer edge of town. You may have heard that the fairgrounds was originally, the property was bought by the city in 1910. It was a public vote to authorize a bond which purchased that land. And even still in 1952, the fairgrounds was on the outer edge of the town. And today, it's quite a different story, huh? I mean, look how much we've grown. We've got the freeway in there. We've got the entire east side of town that didn't exist in 1952. And in fact, there's more people living on the east side of 101 than there is on the west side of 101 today. That's how much our town has grown. And as someone who walks around town and looks at urban land use and how the organic nature of the town works, Midtown is kind of a bubble in a way. There's the west side and there's east side, and to some extent, it's a tale of two towns with Midtown punk in the middle of it. And my way of looking at it.
Can you pause?
I'm sorry.
Slow down.
I'm going way too fast, huh? All right. Let's stand up so I can see this too. Good? Oh, hold, I can't do that. I'm not going to stand up. All right. So Midtown, except for a few times a year, like with the fair, it doesn't necessarily gather community the way that it could. It's more like an island. At least for me, most of the time I'm driving through, or I might go to Target, or I might go to Whole Foods. I drive in, I drive out. I don't wake up in the morning and think, I'm going to go walk over to the fairgrounds. It's not really an attractive place for me most of the time because I can't go in there most of the time. Slow, okay, I'm going way too fast still. I'm going to practice talking slowly. Almost there's not a lot of people got it. That's helpful. Thank you. I mean, except for the fair, a few days out of the year, Speedway racetrack, the school, and the paintball site, for a lot of the time, the fairgrounds is a dead zone. I drive by it, but I'm not invited into it. And this land is literally the Central Park of Petaluma. It's this incredible piece of property right in the center of our town. But for 95% of us, 95% of the time, we're driving by. We're walking by if we're walking, or riding the bike by, but you're not going in. This is last Saturday morning at 10 a.m. Rode my bike over there. Oh, good, the gate's open. I should probably go ride around because I got to talk today. And I get to the gate, and there's a sign in the upper left-hand corner, no public access. Don't walk in, don't ride your bike in, don't come with a dog, don't bring your skateboard. I don't know if I showed up in a car, if I could go in, probably not, but it's our publicly owned Central Park, and it's not accessible to the public most of the time. Disconnected by a chain link fence from Washington Street. Disconnected by a chain link fence from the east side. In fact, there's even black tarps on that gate. I can't even look in when I'm on the other side. Locked gate from the west side, Payran. The consistent urban design language. If you look at the urban design, it's chain link fence and limited public access for a lot of this land. Swimming pool, you can see it through a chain link fence from the skateboard park. I look the other way from the skateboard park towards the Speedway. Chain link fence, paved parking lot. So that's my big question for you all today is, how can this publicly owned, amazing land have no general public access? Our Central Park is a series of chain link fences and limited access. I mean, it doesn't make you want to ride a bicycle there. You don't say, oh, I'm going to go for a walk over there. It's not an attractive place at the moment. I say that 95% of the time, for 95% of the people, it's a dead zone. There's no access, and you just drive by. But, what happened? It's a touchy thing. But, our Petaluma Central Park could be an everyday community gathering spot, like this photo. This is just some random photos. Bicycle-friendly and pedestrian-friendly neighborhoods build healthy community. That's Walnut Park, by the way. Here's another picture of a park somewhere. It could become, our park, our Central Park could become a true destination for everyone every day. All right, well, we'll jump to that one. Yeah, go back one. And then there's a picture of another park. I mean, who would want to walk here, plunk in the middle of town every day? Next slide, please. Well, as I say, 95% of the time, it's just sitting there, not accessible to most of us. Next slide. So our fairgrounds doesn't gather community except for a few times a year. And most of the time, we're just driving in and out of Midtown. We're driving through. The key point of what I have to say today is, well, what if our Central Park became a place to walk instead of just a place to drive by? Next slide. The more walkable our town, I'm pausing. Thank you. The more walkable our town, the more healthy our community relationships, physical health, emotional health. Central Park is a destination to walk to, mix and mingle with other town folk. Next slide. Like I already said, could be something like this. The current land could be planted with trees and a walkway. Next slide. Or like this. Next slide. Or like I said, more like this, a place that attracts walking and bicycles and hanging out every day. Next slide, please. My recommendation to you as a committee is that, as you go through your process before you figure out, well, what do you think should be the uses of this property, I would recommend coming up with a guiding set of principles. Like, is this property a Central Park for everyone to use every day? Should this property be locked behind a fence most of the time? Is this the geographic center of town, which it is? Who gets access to this property? Everyone? Every day? Can we use this property to build a stronger sense of community? And do we want more nature and plants on this property? Next slide, please. So my recommendation is develop a guiding set of principles, then later figure out the uses for the property. Like, what is the purpose of this property for us as a town? What role does the land play in the overall fabric of this town? For me, this is the center of our town. Why is it fenced off? Next slide. So guiding principles first, specific uses second. Next slide. This is my last slide. So this is my point to you is, what if our Central Park became a place to walk every day, hang out every day, instead of just drive by? I'm saying take down the fence or at least provide access, daylight hours. This is public park property. Even with the existing uses that are there, other uses you may come up with as you do your work and as the city council does their work later, whatever those uses are, this can also be, in addition, an amazing public park that we could walk to, a place where we want to meet, and a place where the town comes together and gathers. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Teddy. All right, last we have Felix Ortiz. And just to quickly acknowledge that, gives me a moment to explain, or maybe you'd like to explain just who our additional guest is, briefly?
Absolutely. My name is Felix Ortiz.
Mi nombre es
I
Felix.
want to introduce our videographer, Elliot Road right here. He's just going to be filming the part I'm presenting, so the 10 minutes I'm here. So,
Oh, and then just wait one moment for us to start the clock before you do your actual presentation.
now,
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Anyone who would like to take a 4-minute stretch break, impromptu, a la Dory, yeah, feel free to stand up if you would like. Stretch your hands above your head.
some water. Would you like some water? Water? You have it. Yeah.
Oh, you want this?
You go there, grab a little water.
Just don't go too far, actually. Oh, well. Did say 4 minutes. Okay. I'll be stretching up here if anyone would like to join me. The arms, yeah. Oh, roll the neck.
You ever watch Chef's Life on PBS?
Yeah.
So I changed one of the words. I can't remember. She had a little bit more different, but I was like, yeah, I can't own it. I don't think.
But it's a nonprofit, so
You think I could snag it
it
without?
seems like you could use it for help.
Maybe I need to write her and tell her, hey, I love this so much. Because her whole thing is about supporting the farmers. So maybe she would like appreciate my feeling of. But yeah, I've been hoarding it until this moment. You guys got to be like the. Yeah, I love that thing too. She knows about it now.
No, I don't do that. I remodel the house.
Oh, okay, so then you wouldn't be the project, you're just
I like to walk around town, I like to bike around town, and I would love this to be a park where I could ride my bike through and
But
walk
you
through.
would know people who would be the people that we wanted to next have them as one of our people that to say like, how would this look, what would it cost, that, because they said we might have other people to interview along the way, because I think your ideas are.
Well, you'd want like a landscape architect, I mean, it's a fairly large project.
It'd be a huge
It's not like landscaping your
No,
backyard. No,
this
it's like,
is multi, I don't know, 100 million, I don't know what the budget would be.
no, it's like, hundreds of, maybe thousands of trees and
Yeah.
paving and.
So that was my question.
Yeah,
You
it's
aren't
not-
the person, you don't have a vested financial interest, you do.
No, I
you
want to
do
walk
small
through there every day.
construction.
I want to.
So it could be more as a citizen that you're passionate about.
Yeah, I mean, I walk a lot around town and I have my set destination.
Right,
I
and
would
it's
love
very
for this.
limited at this point. And it's weird that it's the center, we have to get blocked off.
You live in Petaluma?
No, I live in Kenwood.
Oh, beautiful
But
Kenwood.
yeah, really nice. I'm very happy to be there, very fortunate. But I grew up out in West Monroe.
Got it. Got it.
Around Renton.
Got it.
Kind of like the entry point into Sonoma, right? You live there?
In Edrona Park.
Things seem to have a problem.
Or we have to
I
trigger
spend time in front of the city council talking about making.
You live in Roanoke Park?
Yes. Luna Park, and it takes me, what, 10 minutes to get to the
So just find out
fairground?
Felix has
At the most, 15 with little traffic.
So you're trying to Chamber of Commerce
Of
here?
Sonoma County.
County.
Yeah, Sonoma County.
Farmers markets all around.
I stood up and spoke there, I had a yellow t-shirt on.
Three in Petaluma, Dewhurst, and then we do Renner Park, Pecati. We started a small one
videos and
in
published them publicly.
Roseland by the Mitchell
Videos
Food
about what's going
Park.
on around town, what's going on in the city council.
Octavio. Did you see the trees go in?
Yes, and Rob, thank
And
you.
he said, yeah.
No.
I saw the
idea. No.
Yeah, I'm excited. Because
a-
we've
it's
been
a
having a
massive
hard time
landscape
getting our
project.
farmers over there because it
Yeah,
hasn't
nice to meet
been
you.
that
Hi,
strong
Lizzie.
with everything being pushed to the back. So once they move up, we'll move up, and we'll have our farmers back, and I think it's going to be really vibrant for the community. The vendors who come love it so much, and you know, most of them are Spanish speakers, so it's like being in their own home, you know? Yeah. Well, thanks to COVID, because Octavio couldn't run his food park without a farmer's market because they weren't permitting food parks. They were permitting us, but we could have food, but he couldn't have food. So
Now it's a
I
joint.
said, sure, why not? I'll help you. Yeah.
I work closely with Octavio and Pedro. They're like,
Yeah, he's great. I've seen
you met Pedro?
I haven't met Pedro, no.
You sure? He's the younger brother.
Yeah, I've
Octavio.
only met Octavio, and of course Al Lima's always there, so. Al Lima, he used to work for the economic development, but now he helps Octavio. So he's usually like, jumps in when I need something, because Octavio is busy.
He's very good. He has restaurants in Oakland, Hillsborough, yeah.
But he always.
I have an event. I mean, I'm usually, I speak your information right now. I have a,
on my slideshow.
oh yeah, just your information in there? Okay, so I
Yeah,
have
this
a
is
mole
my
event,
info.
okay. Mole and Mezcal Festival coming next, this coming weekend.
Oh,
In
is this
downtown.
the one in Windsor?
The one in,
No.
it's downtown Santa Rosa.
Oh, okay.
So I will, Kelly, I will send you the info.
Yeah.
And you're free to, when you come by, it's free for the public to just charge here and then the mezcal experience. The stand, there's
The,
no day.
Saturday or Sunday?
Sunday. I'm literally
It's
leaving
nice.
here.
It's nice of you to talk.
No, it's
It's
literally.
just like, I know what it's like when you're trying to put things together. It's like, every minute is precious.
Yeah, you know it.
Yeah.
It's really-
I have one of my first vendors said, he goes, Kelly, it's like you're having a party every day, like every week. And sometimes the people don't come to your party.
Right.
All right, we good? Yeah. All right. Thank you for that unplanned short interlude. Next we'll go, and I just passed out cards to everybody. I'll explain what those are for in a moment. Just hang on to them for now. And next we have Felix Ortiz.
Good afternoon. As I was introduced as part of the Hispanic Chamber, I also represent a organization called Oaxaca in the Wine Country, and what we focus is on promoting the culture of Oaxaca. We have worked in Sonoma County for the last 10 years, and we bring in an event downtown Santa Rosa for the last 10 years, as I mentioned, and I'll go a little slower. For showcasing the culture, art, music, cuisine of Oaxaca. And the Hispanic Chamber has merged with us in terms of growing and helping each other grow. And one of the things we do at the Fairgrounds in Marin County and Sonoma County, which is Petaluma, we sponsor events that other promoters do in order to raise funds. to create funds. And at the same time, we create economy or revenue for the fairgrounds. In the fairgrounds, there have been very willing and helpful in terms of helping us do so. Like, for example, we can see that it brings a lot of people together, not just the Hispanic community, but other communities. There's events for different types of people, not just, like I said, the Hispanic community. I know there's events that are for the Central America or South America, and that is to the point that for us is a home to come over and gather and be together. It is a jewel in Petaluma because of the demographic of where it is. And to us, it's, like I said, a moment to gather. Some of us are here permanently, some of us are here for a short time. But coming to an event there, you feel at home. One of the things I experienced is that in Sonoma County is a sense of community. I have lived in Monterey County, San Francisco, but here you feel at ease. You feel, and the location of again, the Petaluma Fairgrounds is very unique. I agree with Teddy in terms of there should be more open events, parks. People should be able to walk to this magnificent place because of where it is. I agree with biking and also being able to bring your kids, the family, and it's an amazing place. In the Hispanic community, we sometimes are known to be too loud, and yes, we've been reprimanded, and yes, they have told us, and we do follow and need to continue and follow the rules. The CEOs are willing to work with us, but at the same time, they have guidelines. And I talk to the people we work with that we must follow those rules because it is extremely important. The noise, it bothers to some neighbors, and that is something that needs to be taken care of, and it will be taken care of. The hall, the exhibit hall just came available after some 28 years or so, and we host an event for the first time in December. And no one knew about this hall. It's beautiful. I don't know if you guys been there. It's huge, and you can host probably 1,400 people, an assembly, or 1,000 at a dinner. It's now available. People can rent it, and so there's many things, the different areas that it has to host, not just a rodeo or a dance. There's a lot in there that also needs to be utilized. There's barns that are closed, to sure, but I think that a town without a fair ground, it's kind of lost in my sense of thought, because there's families that have memories there for years. In the 1940s, I read that there was a dinner for people who didn't have a place to go in Christmas. That is important. Right? Thanksgiving, many memories. So, sense of community. It's in Petaluma, Sonoma County. I don't know if this was gonna. Anyway, coming into, if we can say, focus on the upcoming events, there is approachable event to do a beer and wine festival, bringing the two communities together, not just the Latino community or the Anglo community or the African American community. It's everyone. And this, to be honest, this was a thought by Christy, because she's part of the beer industry in the past, and she saw us and say, you know, maybe we should collaborate. And I said, we will. We will collaborate and bringing, like what you show, everyone together on your slide. And it is very important to be united, especially after COVID, especially people are eager. And in Sonoma County, we're all, I believe, friendly, very friendly people. So with my final point would be that we should use the space wisely. There probably be people interested in terms of developing, bringing in something, you know, an investment. A lot of people are moving to Petaluma. There is a new ad going around in terms of people wanting to buy houses here. And the transportation, I use the transportation. From here to San Francisco, wherever I need to go, I use the public transportation, and it's fast. If you want to get to the fairgrounds, you have a train, bus. It's really accessible. So we have a magnificent place. It should be for everyone here, not for the big developers, but for the community, because we all are the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Felix. Thank you to all of our speakers in this round. Panelists, we're going to experiment with a new form of Q&A. I'm going to invite everybody for just 2 minutes to take a moment and think about whether you have a question. If you do, write it down. And I will then shuffle this deck and randomly pull a card that corresponds to the cards I just passed out to you. And in this session, I'll draw those cards, and then we'll bump any that are specifically for Felix just up to the top, because he has to take off a little bit early. But anybody whose card is drawn will get to you. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Is there something to clarify there? Okay. So we'll just take a minute of quiet writing, and then we'll go to questions for Felix first, but through this process. All right. I just shuffled this deck of cards, and if I call on your card and you don't have a question for this group, that's perfectly fine. Feel free to skip. If you do and your question isn't for Felix, I'll set your card aside and we'll come back to you in just a moment. 4 of clubs. 4 of clubs. Yeah? Do you have a question? Oh, okay. 2 of diamonds. Yeah. Do you have a question? Okay, I'll set yours aside. 5 of clubs. Do you have a question for Felix? Okay. 2 of spades. Oh, wait. That is right, okay. Okay. Oh, in the mic? You don't have a question? Okay. 8 of club, or 8 of hearts. Okay, maybe let's resume. Oh, yeah? Okay. Maybe let's come back to this. I think this is a good way of doing it to keep it fair. I know we have limited time with Felix, so anybody with a question for Felix, please raise your hand. Of course. Okay, sure. Let's begin with Tina. Yeah, use that mic.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to ask if the use of the fairgrounds has been able to be provided to, Hispanic groups. Can that spill out and other groups tap into it also? I mean, and also the exhibition hall that you mentioned, is that open and available for rental? And I guess overall, like, why hasn't all this been used more? Or is it that no one knows about it? So, thank you.
Yes, the way we...
And let's give one moment for them to catch up. Okay, good.
The way we found this beautiful hall, it was the hall was there for years, and I was trying to do an event during December, and I went walking, and this young lady, I came back to the office, and I said, I don't find anything that we can utilize in terms of hosting 500 people. She said something just came up, and it was not used for a long time because someone had an antique shop there or something that it was a contract. I don't know exactly the details. And she says, and now it's available. So, and we did a video prior to our event, and a lot of people knew, started knowing about this place and this specific hall, and now it's renting for events. And for us in the Latino community, we, again, going back to doing the right thing in terms of noises, keeping it down, and respecting the public facility, because it is it's all of us. All of you are owners of your taxes are the ones that are paying, and we should utilize it better.
Thank you. And other hands for Felix. I see you. Okay, we'll go to you.
Mine is really just a comment, and I just want to say, as a native Californian, I love hearing that Hispanic music. I feel like I'm at a party all day, so thank you.
Yes. And we just want to add one thing. We'll come over to the events. Normally they're on Sundays, but I don't know if I'm allowed, but I wanted to say something. I'm hosting an event in downtown Santa Rosa this coming Sunday. It's a Mole and Mezcal Festival. The access to the event is free. You just pay for the drinks. We have to charge you for the drinks. But anyway, and we're hoping to bring some things like that to the fairgrounds. That's the reason I'm speaking, because where you are, people can come from Marin, Sonoma, Santa Rosa. It's centered. And now the freeway, it's easier to get around a little bit.
Thank you. Okay, let's.
Mole and Mezcal Festival at the downtown Courthouse Square. This Sunday. Come by. From 11 to 7. Or 7-11. Well, afterward. After. I'll wait for you over there.
All right. One more question for Felix. Yes, Sandra.
Yes, Felix, maybe you can explain what's a mezcal, so they know what it is.
Oh, am I allowed? Am I okay?
Sure.
Okay. Well, coming from Oaxaca, mezcal is very traditional. Oaxaca produces 84% of mezcal in circulations in the world. Why? Because of the different types of maguey or agaves that are grown throughout Oaxaca. And not being able to, what do I say, visit, so I say, why not create something here where people can experience? And you can share that with other people. So the event is free for everyone to come over. Here I go to another commercial. But it is very unique, the very unique taste. The taste, if it's your first time, I say sip mezcal, don't shoot it. It's easy, espacio, and then, and then you go on into the next purchase. Yes, it is. It is. It's tequila. Well, you call it tequila, but mezcal is more in the artisanal way. The process. I will share. I will get that to you through the Hispanic Chamber. Yes, so we'll go ahead and yes. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Felix. And I know you had to take off at 3:10, so feel free, and we'll shift the Q&A to the other two presenters.
May I say thank you for your time. I wish I could stay longer. And Christy, thank you for sharing this information. And Teddy, thank you very much. I look forward to talk to you guys again. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. All right, we'll go back to our card game now. So we had the 2 of diamonds. You have the floor, Jared.
This is for Teddy. We have almost 50 parks here in Petaluma. Most of them are kind of in disrepair and not as fun to use. So why would building another park be beneficial when we have so many already that are not that nice?
We do have many parks. This one happens to be the Central Park. My slideshow is kind of quick, but what the point I wanted to make is geographically, there's a possibility here of this park uniting the town.
Pause.
I could.
You can just pause for a moment between thoughts. No need to,
I could actually see people walking over from the east side to the fairgrounds if it was available on a daily basis. I live on the west side. For sure, I'll walk over there. I want to walk over there, walk in there. So this is something that would unite the community. And yes, there are many other parks in town. People are driving back and forth to get to them. Your second part of it was, well, they're in disrepair. That's true. Our city's had a really tight budget and lots of things not being fixed. As you recall, we all passed Measure U. It's been 2 years yet? Yeah, it's almost 2 years now. And now all of a sudden our city has some money. Our city's got more staff. They're going out and getting grants. From the way I see it, I think the city's at the very beginning of what's like a renaissance of let's fix up. Streets are getting fixed up at a much faster pace than they've ever been since I've been here. So I think money and resources are being applied to getting things fixed up that have been in disrepair for decades now. But the core of your question is, why do we need another park? It's because it's right in the center of town. And right now, most of us, most of the time, are just driving by, whereas it could be a place that you could stop at. And it would, people from the east and people from the west would want to stop there, and it would bring the town together.
Thank you. We'll go to our 5 of clubs. Who is that? Robert.
My question is for Teddy. I like your view of the park and the open area, but what about the buildings and the occupants that are currently there? Are you incorporating that into your view? And also, how would you deal with the homelessness problem that taking the fence down would create?
Good question. My presentation and the things I've said does not exclude anything that's currently happening there or anything that, some people have ideas of City Hall being there and a fire department, a police station, and I'm sure you're going to hear 30 other ideas while you're sitting here. Nothing about the park as I see it with trees and walkways, fountains, whatever. You could still have the fairgrounds there. You could still have the current uses there. In terms of the homeless is a growing problem. I think we're at the beginning. We're just at this point in the economy where we're going to see more and more and more homeless. The city has made some big steps in the last year. They're building some tiny homes over down by the, what's it called down there, Hopper Street, and they just acquired a motel. Legally, there's a big encampment growing, as you all know, and legally the city can't kick them out right now, which is why they've been there for 6 or 8, I think it's been more like 9 months now. I think as the city continues taking steps to deal with it, at some point they're going to say, okay, you can't just set up a tent anywhere you want. So I don't know. Is someone going to set up a tent there if we take the fence down at the fairgrounds? Yes, someone's going to set up a tent there. We need to be able to kick them out, but we also need to have a reasonable place for them to go, and I think the city and the county are taking, definitely in the last 12 months, taking some big steps on trying to figure out what those reasonable places are.
Thank you. And if somebody left their notebook over there, this is yours. Great, that was easy. All right. 2 of clubs, do you have a question?
Actually, for both of you. So, one at a time. Teddy, so are you suggesting that the lease expire?
No, I've specifically not gotten into whether the fairground should stay there or not. I'm not presenting an opinion. Go ahead.
But you just said that they could both be there together at the same time. So does this consider, what would you feel? I'm just asking your opinion.
I'm thinking about a reconceptualization of this land. How many days of the year is that fair open to the public to buy a ticket and walk in? How many days of the year is that? Is it 4 days a year? I don't know how many days of the year it is. Whatever it is, we could build this park that I showed you a few pictures of. We could still have the fair there. Does it involve letting the lease terminate? Probably. It's going to be a conceptualization of how the land is used, how people...
Pause. Okay.
Probably, yes.
Okay. I only get one question.
Correct. Thank you, Brian. Although it is, did you say that was invited for both presenters?
Well, no,
we could invite Kelly to respond.
I certainly would.
Okay. You're invited to respond, Kelly.
Thank you, Brian. I wouldn't let the lease expire. Not even from a farmer's market point of view, as a community person.
May I break that rule slightly?
Ask me to expand on some.
Okay, like 30 seconds, okay, and then we'll go to the next person.
So do you see that the vegetables with the farmer's market, this would be a consolidation of all the farmer's markets in Petaluma, or would this simply be an additional farmer's market?
I see it as a consolidation, as like this is our farmer's market location. Located near Smart, easy to access from east and west, bridging east and west. Yeah, and we could do some, you know, obviously there's 7 days in a week. I'm talking about 3 days in a week. So there's expansion beyond that. You know, there's Santa Rosa Fairgrounds had, prior to COVID, the Heirloom Seed Festival. You know, we could engage in something like that. I mean, we have done festivals as well, but our goal is farmers markets. That's our mission, so, yes.
Thank you. All right, we'll go next to lucky 3 of hearts. Does anybody have 3 of hearts? Okay, all right. 9 of hearts. Oh, did we do a card switch? That's Darby, it looks like that one's in front of you. Go ahead.
Okay, so this question would be from Teddy. How would we keep that open park safe for the kids?
You mean the school that's there?
No, I mean your open fenced Central Park. How would we keep that safe? Like, what vision do you have for keeping that safe for the kids with?
I did put on one slide, the last slide, take the fence down. Maybe that was an exaggeration. Maybe its gates are that are open. I mean, personally, I hate the chain link fence. I'd like a nicer fence there if there's going to be a fence. Really what I should say, or really what I'm saying is, can we open the gates at least during daylight hour, and can I walk in and out of there whenever I want when there's not an event?
Thank you for that.
When there's an event, close the gates.
Oh, I thought you were done. Sorry. Thank you so much for that clarification.
Thank you. Jack of hearts. Jasmine, do you have a question? Okay. King of clubs. You have a question? Let's get your name so I practice. Tricia.
Just real quick, the fairground usage, you stated that 95% of the times it's a dead zone. In reality, the use of the fairground is used every day of the year. Rentals, the tenants there, business meetings, numerous widespread of different events happening. Every day it's booked out. If you want to do an event there, you kind of have to get on it ahead of time to book it out. So my question would be, if we opened the grounds, how would we make sure that the current tenants didn't have to worry about other people coming onto their school grounds or coming into their businesses without, any barriers or anything like that? How could the rentals still happen and the events still take place if it's an open space area?
Well, how does that happen downtown? I mean, people have closed doors, they have closed gates, they have defined areas. You're obviously much more familiar with what goes on there in a day-to-day basis than I am. My own personal experiences, I don't go in and out of there, and I don't have access to it. And I'm not part of most of what goes on there on a daily basis. I can buy a ticket and go to the fair. I can buy a ticket and go to the Speedway. Most of those other businesses, maybe I'm not familiar with them. Is that an exaggeration that 95% of the people, 95% of the time don't have access to the fairgrounds? I don't know if that's an exaggeration or not, but that's my personal experience.
Thank you. Right. Jack of clubs. You have a question, Eric?
Hello. This is for the farmer's market. I live a block away from Walnut Park Market. It seems very successful. People do find parking in front of my house many times, and that's okay. It's just fine. And it's downtown, and there's a lot of pedestrians that make use of that market. I see spaces where more vendors could even be. So I understand the promise that a larger venue could bring. I just don't understand why we would replace a thriving market that's already pedestrian friendly and consolidate all of them into one place, because then I would have to drive or walk a long ways, because I'm not going to bring all that stuff home on my back. So that was my only comment. I guess, had that thought occurred to you, and what do you think about that?
For sure.
And let's give a pause. Thank you. Good.
A really great question and observation. So I love Walnut Park. It's beautiful. Since prior to myself, there was Erica Gorman-Burns who ran the farmer's market. She did an amazing job. She helped us start Tuesday Farmer's Market over here. Tuesday has started, it outshines Walnut Park. And there's a lot of reasons why that has occurred. 2 to 5 on a Saturday afternoon is a weird time. But what I've found is it works for vendors. And if it works for vendors, then people will accommodate if they love those vendors. So, I mean, Tuesday morning, 10 to 1:30, what a weird time. Yet we are inundated with people. What I see in Walnut Park is there's lack of perceived parking. There's parking there. I go there after the market started because I do the Santa Rosa one in the morning. We have a great manager, Karen, who does a great job over there. So it's a challenge. I did some polling. I knew when the community center reopened here, we would have parking challenges here on Tuesday. Walnut Park has some other challenges. So when it came up that the Fairgrounds, Christy was kind of feeling, hey, you want to bring a farmer's market over here? I'm like, this is kind of a good time to talk about this. So we did a lot of polling through Facebook and Google polls, which I apologize if anybody had a hard time with that one. Next time I've got some better tools. And everybody said, like yourself, we like where you guys are at. But Thursday is an underutilized market, so let's try with that one first. So it's not an easy thing to tackle because we all have nostalgia with our markets and what it's convenient. We moved this one. The people who work at the hospital aren't going to drive over. They have short hours for their breaks. And so it's going to disrupt the rhythm. And that's a challenge for me, being in charge. I don't want to disrupt anybody's rhythm. I want you guys to get your food, and I want the farmers and the vendors to make money, and let me tackle some other problems. You know, I don't want to create problems, obviously. You know, Parks and Rec in Petaluma, I love them. They love their parks. They are very few of them. As we all know, there's not enough of them to care for all the parks. And they're kind of pushing on me about the grass. They want me to be in the street, or the vendors to be in the street. So it's a challenge. So, not an easy answer, right? And I appreciate that you would love to have it in your neighborhood and that you invite people to park in front of your house. You have a tough neighborhood because you have butter and eggs. And like, that's when, forget about it, right? So if you can endure butter and eggs, you can endure a farmer's market parking fiasco for 3 hours. So I think it would be beautiful, personally, but obviously, you know, I love my farmers markets. I love it to be open more often and more accessible to more people and more accessible to the vendors as well. It is really a challenge to work within constraints that were not built for your purpose. So we kind of mold ourselves in and then unmold ourselves and leave. And that's kind of cool too. You know, it's there and then it's gone. But I see with this is my last thought, with agriculture being so strong within Petaluma, it deserves, like, this is how we feel about agriculture.
Thank you. Do you guys have time for one more question? Okay. It's a good card. Ace of diamonds. Greg, do you have a question? Okay.
Hello. I noticed that your structure for the farmers market is permanent. And when I think about the farmers market, it is seasonal. Oh, it's not seasonal? Because Walnut Park closes, doesn't it? Yeah.
It does.
Well, I was thinking with your permanent structure, why not include other venues like that can happen during winter? Could be a trade fair or
yeah, I agree.
some other event.
It wouldn't have to be exclusive to our use.
Yeah.
You know, I see that when Walnut Park closes in November, people are disappointed that it's closed. But when we do get rain, the park becomes muddy, so you can't really have people. The light shifts, so you can't really stay out past 5 o'clock. There's a lot of, you know, we forget about the real feeling of season until you're out selling on the street, you know. So I've been at farmers markets for 25 years. I started as a soap maker and became an organizer in 2010 because I don't know, I fit the bill and I like to say yes a lot. And I love the community that it creates, and I love the vibrancy that it brings to a community.
Another thing about having a permanent structure.
Oh, can we pause, please, for interpreters?
Sorry.
And we're just about to wrap up, so if you're a clarifying question, that's very, very brief.
Yeah.
But otherwise, this will be our last comment. And
I was just thinking that if you build this permanent structure, you would have to have the amenities like a toilet and, you know, things like that.
Oh, yeah.
And this would help with the emergency services when we house the evacuees there. They would have some place to wash and cook or whatever.
Well, hopefully that we could help serve and get food there, right? To find some sort of symmetry from and some coexistence between our emergency needs to the people who have been growing and creating your food and bringing that community piece together, not having that disconnect of, well, we need to get food from somewhere. Where do we get it from? So in the 2019 fires, we coordinated with Sonoma Family Meals, California Alliance of Family Farmers, and our farmers who were out at Walnut Park, who weren't making a lot of money but had a lot of food, to get paid for the food that they had. It may not have been as much as they would have gotten in an open marketplace, but they were at least paid for that food, got it into Sonoma Family Meals.
just wrap up your sentence, if
and
you would.
into the mouths of the people who were displaced.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right, everyone, thanks to our speakers. Feel free to thank them with applause. Appreciate you two being here. And we're headed to a 15-minute break, so we'll reconvene here at 3:45.
All right, friends. Let's come back to the group here. And in fact, actually, if you can make your way over to the small groups, take about 20 minutes and just have a bit of a debrief in small groups and preparation for the next round of presenters tomorrow morning. You'll see on your schedules, I believe there are 2 presenters first thing tomorrow morning.
Sorry. We'll be meeting in our same small groups here. Yeah. And small group mods. I wonder if we can break form here for a moment just to make one announcement. Thank you. Just wanted to note briefly before these conversations that just preview something that's coming at the end of the day tomorrow, which we've alluded to a couple times, which is you all choosing other presenters that you'd like to call to speak to you in June. So you'll have an opportunity, and there have been a couple questions about when you'll get to start calling your own speakers, your own information. That'll come tomorrow afternoon. So one more day of preloaded speakers, and you can keep that in mind as you do these debriefs, that you'll have that opportunity around this time tomorrow. So just wanted to mention that. All right, everybody. Let's gather again in a large group.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Thanks, could you? All right. We're just going to end the day with a few sort of announcement-y things. Take questions again about the process. We're going to talk process for a few minutes before we close out the day. Maybe I'll stand back here. I always feel like I'm up really close. Okay. Wow. You all have talked a lot about this stuff today, right? It's back and forth to small groups, questions. I hope it's a good time still, and get ready for more of this. We wanted to introduce, maybe answer a few questions that have been going around that may have been answered in small groups, but not for everybody, and also just talk a little bit more about sort of where this is going, the impact of your work, and more sort of parts of the process, previews of parts of the process coming up. So, first of all, just to clarify in terms of selecting more presenters, it's amazing. A number of you have already talked about, hey, how do we get blank person in the room, or I have an idea for this kind of material that I'd really like to see. And as promised yesterday, we are committed to getting you what you need and want, and we have ways to do that, including starting tomorrow. So this is the first opportunity where you will be selecting presenters of your own to come and speak to you in June. And there will be a menu that's 100-some names long that was created by the Informational Advisory Committee, the stakeholders that you spoke to earlier today and yesterday. They selected the folks for this weekend, but they also put together a long list of other folks that are sort of ranked by how much support they had among members of that committee. And they also have little notes with all of them that say why they think that person might be important to hear from on this topic. So we'll give you that menu tomorrow, and you'll have a chance to look at it and start to think about, hey, who's missing, who haven't we heard from, and what might we like to hear, and start to select a few presenters. You can also request that we go out and get presenters who are not on that menu at all, that are just folks that the IAC, that committee didn't think of. We'll also talk tomorrow about a way to select materials, specific kinds of materials. I'd like this kind of report, or I'd like to request this kind of thing from this person. And one last piece is, actually I'm going to cover that in the next section here. So those are some of the ways that you're going to be able to bring information into the process. And tomorrow won't be the only opportunity. That's just the start. In June, when we meet again, you'll do that again. Okay, what haven't we heard still? Who else do we need to hear from? Who else do we need to hear from? That's going to happen at least once, maybe twice more. Okay, cool. I just realized I should slow down. And the other thing that I wanted to talk about, I was talking about with a little group at lunch who was asking about sort of the impact of your work. Like, these are just recommendations, right? And yes, they are just recommendations to the city council and to the fair board. But there are 4 or 5 ways that we have worked to try to make your recommendations as powerful as possible. And you're going to help make them as powerful as possible. The first way is for you to speak to the decision makers directly in June. So representatives of the city and the fair board will be here in June, that long June weekend. We don't know who they're nominating to come here, but their specific task is to talk a bit about how your recommendations will be used, what their commitments are to you, and what the sort of decision-making context is. And then you'll be able to ask them questions and interact with them at that point. They already, the city council and the fair board, have committed to receiving your recommendations in person on July 11th, so the final day in July. So it'll be like this, except you will be presenting to them rather than the other way around. And they will officially receive them. And then, importantly, after July 11th, you may remember that there are an additional 15 hours sort of that you all are paid for that are not on the schedule. And that's because you will schedule them in July, August, September, so that you can sort of follow your recommendations forward, basically. That's paid time for you and paid staff time for us to support, so that you can advocate for your own recommendations, you can talk directly to decision makers, you can follow the process, as you plan it, which brings us to sort of how that planning will work, which is the next piece. But let me see if I have anything else to add here. No, I think the other sort of the how that works is the other part of your sort of power.
All right, I'm going to tell you about all of the other powers that you have. So most of your work in this space is in randomized small groups. That's intentional, so you're continuously mixing with new faces, hearing from new voices. There's 1, maybe 2 types of groups that you'll work with in this process that you can volunteer to be in, that are a little bit more task-specific, theme-specific, and one of those is subcommittees. So we won't be breaking into subcommittees this weekend, but just wanted to introduce the concept, and you'll hear more about this in June. But we have 4 task-specific subcommittees that you all will elect into. And the first, as Lynn alluded to, is the Policy Impact Subcommittee. So this committee will meet to discuss how to ensure that your recommendations have the most power and are received by the decision-making bodies. And part of that committee's work will be helping plan what those additional 15 hours of work after July 11th look like. The second subcommittee, not in this order of importance, of course, is the Public Outreach Committee. So again, this is in the spirit of trying to transfer as much ownership over the process to you all as possible. We will never speak on your behalf publicly. Only you can speak to your experience participating on this panel. And the Public Outreach Committee's job will be to liaise with the media, share your perspectives in public, share your experience of participating in this project. We do any kind of engagement with the broader community that you want to do. The next is a process committee. So I don't know if we've mentioned this, but the Informational Advisory Committee, in addition to selecting information for you all for this weekend, played a role in kind of overseeing us in designing the process for this first weekend. After tomorrow, that task will be handed over to the process committee, subcommittee. So you all will have the opportunity to review our process design and tell us whether we need to make changes in it. And we will do our absolute best to accommodate those and work with you. There's some oversight over us coming directly from the panel. And finally, the fourth is the evaluation committee. So you've seen the researchers who are really fascinated by the process that you all are participating in. The evaluation committee will help evaluate how this process is going. We'll liaise directly with the evaluators. We'll review the end-of-day surveys that you take and make recommendations to us about how to make improvements. So excited to form those. You'll hear more about that June 4th when we meet for that single Saturday. You'll have the option to, rank your preference for which of those committees you're interested in being on. So just start percolating on it in the back of your mind. Yeah.
Just about the evaluation committee, if I could. Because as I mentioned yesterday, your exact answers to those surveys we've put in sealed envelopes over there and will only be seen by researchers. So don't worry, they're not being seen by your fellow panelists. We're talking about the anonymized general results. X% of people on the panel are saying blank, X% are saying blank. So don't worry, your fellow panelists will not be reading those actual surveys.
Thanks for that clarification. And speaking of which, would you pass out end-of-day surveys? Right. As always, that will be the very last piece today. Lynn and hopefully a moderator or two can help pass out end-of-day surveys. And I know it's been a long day and a ton of information. Thank you so much for filling out those surveys. It means the world to the evaluators and us. And to us when we get the report back fully anonymized from them on how to improve this process. So thank you so much. Yes, yes. Oh, yeah, right. And then as those are being passed out, just one more request, which is to leave something at your place setting that identifies you. So we've given you name tents. There were also sticky notes on your place this morning. We randomize this large group setting every day, so please leave something behind. And if you would take, sorry, no things are being passed out, but I just want to make sure. Yeah, these are front and back today. Yeah, so your name tent would be perfect if you will leave your name tent there. And then the cards we gave you earlier, if you could just slide those into your name tent so that they'll identify you tomorrow, that would be fantastic. Or underneath or near. Great, thank you. Yeah, and once you're done, feel free to take off. Congratulations on being done with day 2 of the process. You can hand your survey to Grace, and we'll put them in that manila envelope and seal it shut. Perfect. Thank you. Good question. Hey, Lynn, did we decide that headsets are staying on the table? Yeah, okay. So tonight, please feel free to leave your interpretation sets on the table at your place.